Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of the Planning Applications Committee. This meeting is being live streamed and will be made available on the Council website for public viewing. Remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you are not addressing the meeting, writing speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute. If you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhones or iPad. I'll also take hands. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as a part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by a roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function, and then join when you rejoin the meeting so as we can keep track on whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone, and when making contributions and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to please follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. The usual standing orders apply, including that all votes will be taken by roll call. I will now invite the clerk to confirm the said apologies in item number 1.
Sorry, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Morning, members. We've got 16 members present in total, 8 members present here in Council HQ, being the Chair, Councillor Beretti, Councillor John Campbell, Councillor Crothers, Councillor Hislop, Councillor Maureen Johnston, Councillor Lowe and Councillor Slater. 8 members present on Microsoft Teams, being Councillor Blake, Councillor Davis, Councillor Drybrough, Councillor Drysdale, Councillor Hill, Councillor Jordan, Councillor McFarlane and Councillor Thompson. I've got one apology which was from the Chair, Councillor Dempster, hence why our Vice Chair will be chairing the meeting today, and not present at the start of the meeting is Councillor Marshall and Councillor Walters. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Tracy. Item number 2. Do we have any... Sorry, Councillor Drybrough.
Yeah, just put apologies in for Councillor Marshall, please.
Thanks for that, Councillor Drybrough. Moving on to item number 2. That says declarations of interest. Do we have any declarations of interest or statements of connections to make? Councillor Crothers.
Thanks very much, Chair. I want to just maybe take some advice in regards to... So it's item number 4 that's in now, it's plot 7 Barhill Road, Dalbeattie. So I've no connection to plot 7 itself, but I've got... I intend to be carrying out some site works on plots 10, 11, 12 and 8 over the summer time. So it's whether... So there is a connection there in real terms, but not a declaration of interest. It's whether I should remain in the meeting or not, or vacate. So I wasn't at the last meeting, just for clarity, I wasn't at the last meeting, so I can't participate anyways in that particular item. It's whether I should leave the room or not. Thank you.
Clerk.
Thanks, Chair. I will be reading out a list of those members who can participate in that item, and normal practice is that if you're not one of those members, then you would leave the meeting for consideration of that item. But I will note your statement anyway, Councillor Crothers.
Any other members with a statement of connection? Councillor Hislop.
Chair, it's a statement of connection with regard to the one at Huntingdon, 27 Moffat Road. I got an email from one of the residents across the road asking if I would go to his house to answer a query. When I got there was a group of residents there, and it was with regard to this. Didn't make any comment other than process, so I don't think I've taken any decision on this one. So I'll stay in the room, but just to let you know that happened.
That's right, Councillor Hislop. Any other members? I will declare a statement of connection. I have had on item number 6, I've had lobbying attempts from both sides, and I have not given any prejudgment. I have kept neutral, and I thought that would just make that statement. In addition to that, I was a Development Trust board member over 6 years ago, and I say they have an objection, but I don't believe I believe that connection is well spent, and that's not relevant today. So, members, moving on to the item 3 minutes of the previous meeting, the 30th of April 2025. Are we happy to approve or note? I'm getting head nods in the room. Thanks, members. So, members, moving on to item 4, we have a procedure here that I will move on to I'll pass over to the clerk.
Thank you, Chair. The Planning Applications Committee will consider each application in turn as detailed on the agenda. The case officer or other appointed officer will make a short presentation addressing the determining issues, accompanied by digital images. Any late information, amendments or corrections will be reported at this time. Members may ask questions of officers following the presentation on points of clarification. The Chair has been provided with a list of eligible representatives who have registered to speak at this meeting within the period specified in Council policy. No other persons will be allowed to speak. The Chair will individually invite those who have registered in advance to speak to make their presentation, after which they may be questioned by committee members. No questions may be asked of members. The order of eligible parties being heard will be as follows: third parties objecting to an application, third parties supporting an application, statutory consultees objecting to an application, elected members of Dumfries and Galloway Council who are not members of the Planning Applications Committee, and such members should withdraw from the meeting after making their presentation, and then applicants or their agents. Representatives were offered the option of attending today's meeting in person, joining remotely via Microsoft Teams, or to provide a written statement to be read out on their behalf. Presentations will be strictly limited to 3 minutes per person, except for national and major developments, which by their very nature are more complex, where the time limit will be 5 minutes. The Chair of the committee will ask you to come to a conclusion if you take too long. Representatives are encouraged to use the time allotted to clarify any points they consider material and address the determining issues. Certain matters are not normally material planning considerations and will not be taken into account by the Council when deciding on a planning application. Representatives should not raise any new matters without explaining why they were not raised earlier with the case officer. Please do not repeat what is in the report, as members will have already read the report. After all the representations have been heard, the meeting is then in formal session and no members of the public may address the committee from the public gallery. The Planning Applications Committee will then proceed to determine the application.
Thank you, Tracy. On to item 4. I wasn't present for item 4 in the last committee meeting, so I believe I have to leave the room and a new chair appointed for that item. Can you confirm, please, Tracy?
Yes, thanks, Chair. For the voice of it, I'll just read out a list of the members who can participate in this item. So we have Councillor Baretti, Councillor Blake, Councillor John Campbell, Councillor Davis, Councillor Drysdale, Councillor Hill, Councillor Hislop, Councillor Maureen Johnston, Councillor Jordan, Councillor Lowe, Councillor McFarlane, Councillor Slater, Councillor Thompson and Councillor Walters, who I don't think is present yet. So out of those members, can I ask somebody to nominate a chair to take this item, please? Councillor Hislop.
Could I nominate Councillor Campbell?
Can I nominate Councillor Hislop?
Any seconders? Councillor McFarlane.
Second, Councillor Hislop.
Councillor.
Sorry, for clarification, I'm seconding Councillor Campbell for Ivor Hislop to chair. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McFarlane. Councillor Baretti, do you want to come in, or are you happy that Councillor Hislop's on his way up?
No, I was going to vote for Councillor Hislop as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Hislop.
Right, then we'll move on to item 4, which is the erection of dwelling house class 9 and installation of air source heat pump at the now Bar Hill Road, Dalbeattie. Now, I think we've heard this application, so we're straight into decision making. Or do we want to run through the slides again? Councillor Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. No, I was just wondering if it would be worthwhile for members to get a short update of the site visit, if that's possible, because not everyone attended the site visit.
Right, well, if the officers could take us through the photos and a brief resume of what was seen and done.
Good morning, councillors. Let me just check. Yeah, it is. So, yeah, you will recall it was deferred for a site visit, which we undertook earlier in the month when the weather was much nicer. So, just a little refresher. This is the site. We all walked up and stood on the site, had a good look around. This is the layout which is proposed. You can see the wall to the frontage, which is where there was a bar indicating how high that wall would be. Just the dwelling and the road at the bottom. Some people did walk down that road. We all drove up that road to get to the site. So you can see the difference in height between the roadside and the site. So this is looking down from the existing building site, which is at the bottom. You can see the two story and a half dwellings beside the site and the trees that we had a discussion about, which were surrounding the site. This is the site itself. Looking down the access track, which some people drove up in order to park on the site itself. Sorry, I'll just nip back. So when we were on site, the discussion we had was around the colours, the predominant colours which are in the area, the fact that most buildings are wider in presentation to the road frontage and also in relation to the height of dwellings that are in that local area at the moment. Thank you.
Right. With that, this is actually one issue in the papers where it's a printing error. It says it was a meeting on the 26th of February. It was actually the 20th of March, but other than that, I think the report's accurate. So we've seen the pictures. Do any members have any suggestions? Got Councillor Barretti.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I think it was a useful site visit because it did bring up things which are not really visible on the images. Yes, the day was quite a bright day. And it's relevant that I came from the Castle Douglas area because I had to come down the road, which if I'd stopped and looked across the valley, you would see the site. Now, once up on the site, I could see the road. And when I was there, and it's quite clear that the building would sit in a wooded area, that first thought was that original application was for a dark grey paintwork. Now, looking at it and looking at the trees and the fact that there is a lot of silver birch and other grey areas, I would say that the greyish, darker grey would actually sit better. We'd also take into account MPF Policy 2, which is climate considerations of mitigation, because the dark paint will absorb light and sun far better than a white paint, and it won't reflect it. Now, in winter, that location there, because of its nature, only has a small window of availability, light availability. Now, it is high up, so it will get the light, and the orientation was for me fine, because again, it fits in with winter and climate mitigation. The wall was fine, and I didn't think you could see down at the road. You couldn't really see too much. I'm trying to envisage, but you wouldn't see too much of the actual building, and I'm quite happy with all the solar panels as long as they're black. One other consideration about the paintwork: white paint tends to dull and get contaminated by lichens. Now, in that forest setting, that white paint will deteriorate rapidly. Grey paint tends to resist better, and once it does get contaminated, it's not as visible. So those are my observations. I'm quite happy to let this application go through, Chair.
Councillor Hill.
Yeah, I'm on the same thoughts as Councillor Barretti there. I think even if it was a slightly lighter grey rather than the dark grey, it would fit in better with the area, with the wooded area. And I didn't see an issue with the property being turned and the gable end being shown, because if you look from the road, because I parked down on the road and I actually walked up, there are a number of properties around where the gable end and the landscape of the house are showing. So I'm quite happy to approve this application. Thank you.
Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to propose that we support this application with the alternatives for the grey painted walls as a condition attached to the painting of the walls. Thank you.
Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, having attended alongside Councillor Hill, I've taken an alternative view, because whilst there was gable ends visible from the site, they were generally single-storied houses that were at a lower level. In fact, you'd be looking down on them. I think that, contrary to accepting Councillor Barretti's comments in relation to the colour and the absorption, etc., you know, it will still look at a place. The height of it is significantly greater than what is surrounding the area. The fact that it will be side on means that there'll be a large gable available as opposed to the roofs, which you see when you look around the other properties and such like. As a consequence, I agree with the officers, and I don't think that it actually conforms with what's in the area already, regardless of the colour. Thank you.
Councillor Lowe.
Good morning, Chair. I would like to support the application to be approved because the reasoning given that it doesn't relate well in style, character, etc. Virtually every building around there is different shades of white, different shades of grey, different shades of stone, gable ends, everything. And you're barely going to see this building once that development's finished.
Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, members. I would like to second Councillor Johnston with regards to submitting a condition, if members were minded to do so, with regards to officers having some sort of level of control over the colouring that would blend into the atmosphere and background and heritage and history of Dalbeattie. Because if you do that, I do believe that it would be in fitting with policy plan, development plan 2, policy OP2, and national planning framework for policy 14, in that the design, height and finishes of the proposed dwelling house would relate better in that instance to the scale, character and appearance of the surrounding area. Thank you, Chair.
And Councillor Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, one of the grounds for refusal was the height. On page 21, 4.10, there was amended plans that reduced the height, I think from 10.1 metres down to 9.7, and the reduction in the roof pitch of 40 degrees. I'm just kind of trying to get my head around, was that acceptable by, you know, the report author at the time, that the actual height reduction did make a difference or not, because I'm not sure, because in the grounds of its design, height and finishes, and we've already touched on a few of the finishes at the moment, but I wasn't quite sure in the report whether that was acceptable or not.
I know Claire's not here, but Rachel, are you able to address that point?
We still consider that, even though the height came down a little, due to the fact that it's quite narrow on the frontage, it just exacerbates that vertical feel, whereas everything else in the area is more horizontal when you look at it in terms of how it appears. So we still maintain that that's still unacceptable.
And Councillor Hill.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for letting me back in. On the site visit, the site had actually been moved further back from the edge of the hill that comes down in front of it. And when you looked from the road, it would actually, the house would cascade from the house next to it, coming down, and that was mentioned on the site visit. With the colourings, I think white would make it stand out even more, so I don't agree with it being white. I would move that it be a slightly lighter grey. Maybe it's not the dark charcoal grey, but in fitting with Dalbeattie, if as you drive out of Dalbeattie and you look at the school and you look at a number of other properties, they are actually grey. So in fitting with Dalbeattie, grey would fit in better, but that was just the observation I made, so thank you.
Right. We have a proposal. Does it meet planning terms for approving?
Thank you, Chair. I haven't actually heard a formal motion or amendment as yet. So it would be, I've heard comments, but I wasn't aware a formal motion or amendment had been put forward yet.
Councillor Jordan.
Thank you. Chair, thank you, and good morning, everybody. Sorry, I was going to just voice my opinion, and I would prefer to go with the officer recommendation and support Councillor McFarlane. So I'm happy to propose that. Thank you.
Right, so I would think we have a motion just now to go with the officer's recommendation, and we're needing an amendment and the reasons to why we would, if it's successful, why we would actually approve. I've got Councillor Drysdale, then Councillor Barretti.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I'd like to run this by Mr Sutty for his professional opinion, but I would like to propose an amendment that we put this planning application through today because it does meet National Planning Framework 4 Policy 14 in that the design height and finishes of the proposed 2.5-storey dwelling house in an elevated position relate well to the scale, character and appearance of the surrounding area. But with regards to the fact that Councillor Johnson and I would like to put in an amendment to ensure that the finishings are in keeping with the surrounding area in terms of the lighter grey finishing, so that it blends into the surrounding area of Dalbeattie and meets with the heritage and character. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Barretti.
I'll second that, but I would also add policy 2 as well, climate mitigation. It does, in fact, serve that purpose.
And Councillor Hill.
Councillor Barretti beat me to it. I'm happy with the lighter grey finishing, so I was happy to second Councillor Drysdale on that. Thanks.
So it would appear that the reason for approval is based on the material consideration of the colouring and the climate change enhancement. Does that meet the standards for proposal?
Thank you, Chair. Certainly, officers have assessed that it is contrary to the development plan, so it would really have to be an exception could be made. So the exception that I'm hearing there is that if it were to be of a slightly lighter grey colour, which would presumably have to be conditioned, otherwise it could be painted under permitted development rights once it's built, then members would be satisfied that it was acceptable in that context.
Also noted there was it a granite boulder wall to be put in front, which actually sort of mitigated some of the height of the building. Is that there as part of the plans, or would that need to be conditioned to be put in?
Chair, I can see that there is, sorry, I'm just trying to zoom in all on, Abby, could we maybe put the slides back up, please? It's, I think, slide 6, that's the one. You can see that there is below the, just above the solar array, sorry, you can see that there is that wall that's proposed there. So if members were satisfied that was necessary, then that could be a condition to require that to go in as well.
Right, because I think that does reduce the size of the gable that's visible, and I think that would be helpful. Councillor Barretti.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Looking at the site and the boulders that were there from granite, and I suspect that if the wall was to be built, it would be built on a similar line. Now, I suspect also that other members noticed that there were 2 large trees that had been blown over in a storm. Now, that wall there would add further protection to the site. If that wall's not there, then that is a very windswept site, and I would see damage done. So I would imagine that that wall is a critical factor to the site.
Councillor Drysdale, based on what Mr Sutty advised and my inquiry with regard to a condition for the wall as well as the I think you were proposing a granite type grey or slightly darker. Would you be willing to adopt those recommendations, or do you feel that doesn't cover your points?
Thank you, Chair, for your clarification. No, I would just like to say I totally agree with that and would condition in the granite wall that matches the granite walls of the surrounding area. But also I'd just like to make it clear that it's a slightly lighter grey we're looking at, the granite grey of Dalbeattie, not the darker grey that's in the planning application. So it's just to make that clear. And also for governance, I just want to be clear here that it's compliant for me to have submitted this motion. I made it clear that I could not attend due to another meeting, the official planning visit that took place, but I made it clear to officers and to governance that I would go and look at the site, although I know it well anyway, under my own steam, which I duly did. So I just want to check that I'm able to put that motion in. I think I am, but just we need to be clear on that. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Ms Sonko, can you just clarify that point?
Yes, thanks, Councillor Drysdale. For Planning Applications Committee, you don't have to have attended the site visit to take part. As long as you were present when the item was first heard in the committee, you're able to participate. So that's absolutely fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Tracy.
Right. With that, Councillor Baretti, who seconded, are you happy to accept those terms? Right. I think we have a motion and amendment.
Thanks, Chair. So we have a motion from Councillor McFarlane, seconded by Councillor Jordan, and that's to refuse the application on the grounds as detailed in the report. And the amendment proposed by Councillor Drysdale, seconded by Councillor Peretti, and that is, correct me if I'm wrong, to approve the application as an exception to policy, as although it is contrary to the Fraser and Galloway Council Local Development Plan 2, Policy OP2, and the related supplementary guidance and National Planning Framework 4, Policy 14, the design and finishes of the 2.5-storey dwelling in an elevated position would relate well to the scale, character and appearance of the surrounding area, with the colouring being of a light granite grey colouring to blend in with the heritage and character of the area, and also an additional condition for the bordering to match the light grey granite colouring of the dwelling. And David, is there any other conditions you would need to see attached to that?
Thank you. I was just about to mention that. The only condition from the consultees that I can see is the fairly standard roads condition about the parking spaces being implemented before the house being occupied. But because this isn't a private road, there's no other conditions that I'm aware of. So it would just really be the standard time condition and those other three.
Thanks. Councillor Drysdale and Beretti, are you happy to accept those additional conditions?
Yes, thank you very much, Tracy.
Thank you. I'll proceed to the vote. Chair?
Amendment.
Councillor Beretti?
Amendment.
Councillor Blake?
Amendment.
Councillor John Campbell?
Motion.
Councillor Davis?
Amendment.
Councillor Drysdale?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Hill?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Maureen Johnston?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Jordan?
Motion, please.
Councillor Lowe?
Amendment, please.
Councillor McFarlane?
Motion, please.
Councillor Slater?
Amendment.
And Councillor Thompson?
Motion.
So the amendment is carried 9 votes to 4. The application has been approved. I'll now call Councillor Justy back in.
Fantastically chaired, Councillor Hislop, who are watching next door. Right, members, I'm just waiting for Councillor Cross to come back into the room.
Right.
Right, he's just coming. Right, members, we'll move on to item number 5, which is Huntingdon, 27 Moffat Road, Dumfries, applying application for alterations and change of use of offices to form a dwelling house. This is number 24/2452/full. It's a local application. Can I invite Tracy, the clerk, to go through the procedure?
Thanks, Chair. I'll hand over to the case officer to take us through the photographs. Thank you.
Who's the case officer today?
Morning again, councillors. So this application is for the change of use of the former offices of Lorber, most recently to form a single dwelling house. The location plan that you can see with the building surrounded by other residential development. The ground floor plans, as you can see, everything is within the building. There's no extensions. The existing elevations proposed, broadly similar. The building is listed, just for note, and an accompanying listed building consent has been applied for, which is just being held pending the outcome of this application. Just turning to the photos, so looking from the roadside. Towards the car parking area. The front of the building, you can see some windows are temporarily boarded up. Moving around the building, you can see the modern porter cabin type structure, which would be removed. And then the central photo in this arrangement shows you the relationship to the existing dwellings. So originally the application also included a balcony, but following discussions this element has been removed. In order to facilitate the change of use to the dwelling, I'll just leave the photos on. 2 areas of decking are proposed to the rear of the property, 3 new windows and 1 door opening to the frontage to be created. Objections have been received regarding overlooking, as you can see, the relationship towards the existing dwellings on the side of the garden area and the amenity and privacy of neighbouring houses. Objections were also received in regards to the balcony, but as stated, this element has been removed. The building is in a sustainable location and its conversion to a single dwelling meets planning policy, also ensuring a viable future for this listed structure. With regards to amenity, it is not considered that the building changing to a single dwelling would lead to a conflict in amenity uses in the area. The use of decking in this location will be no greater than will be expected by any property which surrounds, and road movements would be significantly reduced from the previous office use. It is considered that the proposals are in accordance with local and national policy, and the application is therefore recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Members, questions for the case officer? Councillor Bretty.
Thank you, Chair. From the images, it looks as though the ground, the actual building sits slightly lower down than the rest of the ground. And is the greenery that you can see on some of those images, does it go all the way around, or does it, how far does it go around? Because there's no indication on our map here where the greenery or any hedge or trees are.
Sorry. So as you can see, there's a significantly more greenery to the frontage of the building, which would have been the front of the old offices towards Moffat Road. The rear, you have some boundaries which are hedged, and with trees along them, they will all be retained. If you can see in this picture, where it relates to those, there's just a boundary fence and there's no vegetation along that boundary fence at present.
Councillor Bretty.
No, thank you, Chair, that's fine.
That's right. Councillor John Campbell.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm looking on page 28, 1.8. The accompanying application for listed building consent in relation to the alterations, and that's going to be determined by officers. But I'm also looking at if we were minded to approve this application, there's a number of concerns from objectors, you know, in the design and materials proposed for the balcony. If we make that decision today, would that have any effect for the officers determining the LBC? And I'm quite surprised that we've got objections to this application but not on the listed building consent.
Rachel?
So just to be really clear, we went back to the applicant and removed that balcony element, so there's no balcony now proposed, it's as it is. So externally, the changes are the 3 windows and 1 door to the frontage, so there's no balcony. If we need to make any alterations following today's decision, we can pull those in with the listed building application, so the 2 applications align.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Any more questions for the case officer? Councillor Heslop.
I had a look at the plans for the internal layout. There seems to be, was it 2 or 3 kitchens, unless they've been amended since I looked, and various bathroom sort of set up, and there was a communal sports sort of area. Now, if this is going to be a single dwelling house, it looks like it could be subdivided, but I would take it if that was the case, that would come through civic government licensing if they were subdividing into HMO or something like that.
So it is a single family dwelling, it'll be a multi-generational family. If they want to change it up into apartments or anything like that at any point, it would need to come back. If there was any internal alterations to that required, it would need to come back in regards to the listed building as well.
Councillor McFarlane?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just picking up on our climate emergency and how we're trying to address that. But in page 31, 4.8, we're talking about, because it's listed that we're going to replace windows in the ground floor with single glass pane. I mean, that seems to go against everything else that we try to do when we're in planning, where we're trying to, you know, improve solar gain and heat retention and such like. I mean, what is the thinking behind having single glass panes in the windows? Thanks.
Rachel?
So this, we have not insisted on single pane glass. That is the proposal that they've put forwards, and that's what we've looked at the listed building consent in particular on the basis of, but it wasn't something that was insisted on by officers.
Thank you, Rachel. Councillor McFarlane, did your hand go down and then back up?
Yes, it did. I was just going to come back on that. Is that a condition that we could ask that they put in some sort of thermal glass or something that would retain the heat? It is an old building. It's going to be difficult to heat. It'll have high ceilings. And I think we should be doing something to try and help there. Thanks.
Rachel?
As an existing building, it's only the 3 new windows that are getting put in that will be getting that new single pane glass. They're not proposing on changing all of the other windows in the property. They will all remain single pane as they are at the moment. We would need to look at that in relation to a listed building consent and the age of the windows. Usually we would try to keep traditional original fabric in the building where possible, which is usually found in its windows. So it's not something, given that we're only looking at installing 3 additional windows, that would be looking at having any great impact on the overall environmental performance of the building.
That's why, Rachel. Do we have any more questions for the case officer? I'm not seeing any hands up in the room or online. We'll move on, members, to the statements from our objector. We've got a statement from Felicity Hornby, an objector, and it's to be read out by the clerk. I'll hand over to Tracy.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so objection from Felicity Hornby. I'm writing on behalf of myself and my neighbours at number 18 Huntington Road to reiterate our objection to the plans on the grounds of lack of privacy. I refer to paragraph 4.14 in the document pack, which states, concerns continue to be raised in relation to the amenity of the properties to the rear boundary of the application site due to the reduction in the level of land at this location. However, the separation distance from the proposed decking to common boundary is 46 metres and 49 metres respectively, which is adequate in this case for ensuring protection of residential amenity. Additional screening in conjunction with the proposal is not required due to these separation distances. We have no issues with the privacy in relation to the decking area, as they are far enough away from the boundary as to not affect us. What does concern us is the lack of privacy from the western boundary of the property, which is enclosed by a fence measuring only 40 inches high. This is approximately waist height. I am 5'7" tall, so it provides no privacy whatsoever. When residents of Huntingdon House are in this area of the garden, they are only 15 metres from our back door, less than 1/3 of the distance referred to in the report, and are approximately 2 metres above our garden. If the grounds of Huntingdon House were on the same levels of ours, it would feel less intrusive, but in its current state, we feel completely exposed and are reluctant to use our gardens on days when people are in the area of the grounds. When the property was owned by Lorburn House, the grounds were rarely used, and so privacy was not an issue. But now that a residential property, the grounds are in regular use and privacy is an issue. There have been occasions when people have been leaning on the boundary fence while talking, or children climbing over the fence. This height difference is even greater when you reach the real elevation of our houses, as our gardens slope down to back doors. We are concerned that this height difference potentially offers views into our houses, including the bedrooms and bathrooms at first floor level. Other sections of the boundary of Huntingdon House are enclosed by mature hedges and trees, so privacy is less of an issue. It is only the terraced houses of 18 to 20 Huntingdon Road that have the very low boundary fence. If a taller fence, say 6 foot high, was installed along this exposed section of the boundary, it would provide privacy for us to enjoy our gardens, as well as the residents of Huntingdon House. I hope the committee will consider the points raised in this letter and consider whether to pass the planning application as it stands, or whether conditions should be there to improve the privacy of our properties. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Tracy. Members, that's the only statement or objection we have today to talk to us. They're not here, so we can't ask questions. So we're straight into session, members. Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, I'm happy to approve the application, subject to conditions.
Is that subject to the additional conditions as stated in the objector's statement, or is that just to the conditions?
No, just in the report itself. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks for that clarity. And I've got a plethora of hands here, but I saw Councillor Dryborough first.
Yeah, I'm happy to second Councillor Campbell and agree the recommendations as written in the report.
Thank you for that, Councillor Dryborough. Councillor Bretty.
Yeah, also happy to agree, but I do think that Councillor McFarlane has actually brought up an interesting point, that a single frame window. Now, looking on page 33 on the I think it's in the recommendation. No, sorry, page 31, 4.9. It does say that there is a specialist contractor, heritage contractor, who's doing the windows. So I see no reason why a single thermal efficient window pane can be used, because there's quite a few numerous models and types of glass that can be used. So I would like to have that in the condition as well.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bretty. I'll maybe ask David Sutty to comment on that.
Thank you, Chair. You'll have often heard comments about Circular 4, 1998, which is the Scottish Government circular on the use of conditions. A condition has to be necessary and related to the application that is actually before you. This is really predominantly a change of use application, and you've only got the 3 windows which have been proposed to change. We've determined it as officers on the basis of what they've put in, and this is what they've requested. Had they requested double glazed units or some thermal glazing, we wouldn't actually normally get down into that level of detail with it's more the effect on the character of the listed building for the listed building consent application. So I would be uncomfortable about actually attaching a condition, but you could certainly have a directive on any permission advising or requesting consideration being given to using the appropriate thermal glazing.
Councillor Bray, you'd like to come back?
Can we have that directive then?
Thanks for that. Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's regarding the objector's request for it's regarding the objector's request to probably have more privacy. So is it possible that if they talked about a fence, could that be a directive that the fence has to be a reasonable height to give them privacy? Thank you.
I will pass this to David Sutty.
Pretty much the same comments as I made for the last query. That's not what's proposed in this application. Anything above a metre in height is going to require a grant of planning permission. That's not actually been included. We probably wouldn't have any objection to a suitably designed fence, given that it is in the grounds of a listed building, but that's not what's proposed, and I think it's probably going too far to require this, given that the original use of the building was as a house and its previous authorised use as an office, where you can get a lot of people coming and going, probably more people than you get with a normal dwelling house. So short answer is I wouldn't want to see that, certainly as a condition. Again, as a directive, if members want that, I would suggest it should be the applicant should consider putting in a further application for the erection of a fence, or maybe even planting along that boundary to provide additional, but I wouldn't recommend that you do that as a condition.
That's for the clarity. Councillor Slater, would you like to come back on that one?
Well, I'd obviously like to see at some stage probably that people get more privacy, or whether it has to come back or not at a later stage to have either planting or any more privacy for the people. I think that's important, really. Privacy is a great thing nowadays. It's difficult to get privacy. So if something could be done to give them more privacy, I think it should be done. Thank you.
That's right, Councillor Slater. Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks very much. It was the same question pretty much as what Councillor Slater's asked and David's answered it. So just to put my full understanding, so I'm looking at on page 25, and it looks like, because it's in black and white, it looks like the red boundary line being applied for would be on the boundary, but I do think, and agree with Mr Sutty, the fact that it would be onerous, because you look at all the properties around there if we were to apply it. So I do think a directive towards either a better level of screening or planting of the right kind to save the amenity of the neighbouring properties. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. Moving on to Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to endorse my fellow councillors' comments on this. In this day and age when we're changing what were offices into residential housing, to me it comes under the principle of the development, siting design and landscaping, and also under residential amenity, where privacy is crucial these days. And I'm quite surprised we can't condition a nice mature hedge in, especially as we're trying to conserve and maintain bird life and conservation in this day and age. So if it can't be conditioned in, I would very, very much endorse that the applicant considers this extremely carefully and have some respect for the neighbours. Thank you very much, Chair.
That's Councillor Drysdale. I'm going to turn to David again. So I know that we can't condition a fence, but can we condition a hedge? Is that within our gift, or is that us being onerous?
You could, I suppose, have a planting scheme. The difference being that the fence would be development, which has not been applied for. So I'm uncomfortable about putting a condition on that. But you could have a condition requiring details of a landscaping area along the western boundary, because planting in itself isn't development. So yeah, if members are very strongly of the view that you need something, we could have a condition for landscaping along the western boundary, yes.
Thank you for that, David. Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, thanks, and I'm quite pleased that other members have put their points across. I'm kind of like Mr Sutty when it comes to unreasonable conditions. I don't think we should be sort of putting unnecessary or unreasonable conditions on, but I'm quite happy for the motion to have the addition of the directives, and if the condition of tree planting or hedge planting or something like that is what the members in the committee are minded to do, I'm happy to include that in the motion. Thank you.
That's right, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure if I can second Councillor Campbell. I think he's possibly already been seconded. But yes, I would definitely endorse and propose that we condition in the directive that a beach hedge or similar is definitely put on that particular section. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, David, for the guidance.
Thanks for that, Councillor Russell. Oh, David, soon to come back in.
Just to be clear, a directive is advice, and that's what I think members had wanted to attach in respect to the glazing. What I'm talking about here is attaching an additional planning condition. Well, it'll be two conditions. You'd have to have one for the scheme to be submitted, and then a fifth condition to actually require its implementation. That would be about landscaping. So if members are clear, it's really a condition, two conditions that we'd be attaching regarding landscaping rather than a directive.
Thanks for that, David. Councillor Barretti.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The reason I asked about the greenery around the property to start with was because I couldn't tell if it was a hedge or what type of hedge it was. That hedge from the images looked as though it had been trimmed to a certain height. If the hedges are already there, it would surely not take long to allow whoever owns that property to allow the hedges to grow higher, sufficiently high, where they can cut it and it would still act as a screen. And where there isn't, I think the previous councillors who've mentioned the directive should probably stay.
David?
I was just to ask, Abby, could you maybe put up slide 20 again and focus in on the centre one? If my understanding is correct, what's being talked about is that little trip rail fence is the only thing between the terrace properties and the garden. So what we're talking about is a landscaped area. Probably I would suggest a hedge if you're trying to get sufficient privacy. That would be running along that boundary there.
Thanks for that, David. Councillor Barretti, would you like to come back on that?
No, I think without actually going to see the site in person, I think that's acceptable, because if the hedge is already there, it doesn't take long for a hedge to grow to, from 4 feet to 8 feet, but it would be clearly something that whoever manages the greenery would have to take into consideration, and I think Mr Sutty's suggestion there was quite valid. Thank you.
That's right. Councillor Crothers.
It's probably been covered, but I mean, I was at a constituent yesterday. There's probably got to be an application in regards to the High Hedges Act, and it just as I was preferring the actual directive as was being announced originally. But I know David's moved on. Maybe it could be a condition. But when I see, I'm appeased when I see the explicitly through the photograph on our screen there that I'm comfortable with either a condition or a directive, but probably leaning more towards a directive.
So members, we have a motion on the table at the minute with a seconder, I believe, and I don't have any alternatives. Do I have any alternatives in the room? I don't see anything in the room or online. So can I pass to Tracy to give the verdict, please?
Thanks, Chair. So I have agreement that members wish to approve the application subject to the conditions in the report and to attach 2 directives. One is for the applicant to consider the thermal single pane replacement panes for the windows, and also the directive on consideration of additional planting along the western boundary. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks for that, Tracy. And does that conform with the motion? Yes. Excellent. So members, moving on to item number 6, former Stena Line Port Road, Stranraer, planning application for change of use of part of former port to form haulage yard, Class 6, siting of office, erection of 3-metre high security fencing and access gate and installation of security lighting columns, partially retrospective, 24/1407/full. It's a local application, so objectors and speakers will have 3 minutes to talk. Councillor Blake, I believe you would like to declare an interest at this point.
Yes, Chair. My apologies. I should have done this at the start of the meeting. I don't normally have declarations of interest in planning matters, and that's why I omitted on this occasion. Particularly over the last year, as chair of the former committees and then E&I, I've had fairly regular discussions with all parties involved in the redevelopment of the Stranraer Harbour area. It's now become to a stage that I think there's a compromise between my involvement in the economic development of the area and the any planning applications that come So I would like to declare an interest in this matter. I will not take part in this or in fact any other planning matters regarding Stranraer Harbour. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Blake. Councillor Hill?
Sorry, can I just declare that I have been lobbied about this, but I haven't responded to any of the emails due to me sitting on planning, so I'm quite happy to stay in, but just to put that declaration on record. Thanks.
So is that a statement of connection, Councillor Hill?
Yeah, it would be a statement of connection, but I feel that because I haven't responded to any, because I sit on planning, I can still take part. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Hill. So members, moving on to the case officer's report. Chris McTeer is here to go through the report with us and show us the pictures.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, members. Wait for the, here we go. There we go. So the application is in front of members today, as there have been 6 or more separate objections received to the application. As you can see from the location plan, which isn't great, the site itself extends to approximately 0.86 of a hectare and is located on the east pier of the former Stranraer ferry port, adjacent to the A717, Cairnryan Road and Port Roddy. It does form a smaller part of a larger mixed-use site, which has been identified in LDP2, which covers the former ferry port and extends to just over 13 hectares in size. So the proposed layout that you can see in front of you is for the change of use of an area of former car park to form a haulage yard, removal of a chain link fence and installation of a palisade replacement, formation of parking areas for HGV tractor units, trailers and staff parking, installation of lighting columns and formation of a new access. As members will note from the application description, it is partially retrospective, and that is to do with a portable cabin which is currently on the site, and you'll see that just in a moment from the site photographs. So that is the retrospective element of the application. Just a few details that you can see on the slide there. This is the porta cabin and the fencing detail. The new access has a sliding gate and palisade arrangement that you can see at the bottom of the slide there. So turning to the site itself, you can see from the photographs that the day that I visited it was considerably nicer than today. This is the existing junction access off of Cairnryan Road and the road that runs up the western side of the application site terminates at the railway station for Stranraer. This is a view to the south across the Garden of Friendship to the residential dwellings just behind. This is the access road with a view to the north. The porta cabin is just poking out from the left-hand side of the red storage container that you can see in the photograph there. This is moving slightly up towards the top of the site. So these are existing access gates, and you can see the section of Armco barrier which is to be removed to form the new access there, but those gates will still remain as part of the sort of wider application. This is looking east across the site towards again Cairnryan Road and the residential developments beyond that, and you can just make out the harbour wall and the fence at the bottom of it just running along the sort of centre ground to the left of the slide. This is a view from the south, so just beyond the existing fence, and again looking across the site. And this is a view to the north, so standing with my back to Cairnryan Road, and the porta cabin is just beyond the red storage container there. So the report in front of members sort of highlights the decision-making or the thinking behind the decision-making process which arrived at the recommendation. There are a couple of points that I would just like to to pull out of that, just to highlight to members, the first of which is in paragraph 1.2 of the report. Now, the fourth National Planning Framework has identified 18 national developments to help deliver the overall sort of spatial strategy of NPF4. Stranraer Gateway has been identified as being one of them, so I think that's the first point to note is the recognition that this is a big deal. The regeneration of this particular site. If we were looking at a major application, which we're not in this case, it's a local, it would be given, or rather, it would be afforded national status in terms of its importance. So the policy position set out in the report from paragraphs 4.4 to 4.16, as I noted before, the application site is located in an allocated site, and with any allocated site in LDP2, there is associated site guidance with that, and in this case, the guidance takes the form of a master plan. Now, paragraph 4.10 kind of sets out the status of the master plan. It is considerably out of date now, having sort of first came to life about 2006. So paragraph 4.16 of the report highlights that the master plan and sort of covering site guidance is technically a part of LDP2, but there is a more up-to-date policy position now with the endorsement of the Stranraer Place Plan and the Town Investment Plan. So as officers, we do consider that these new emerging sort of plans outweigh the master plan in terms of Section 25 of the Planning Act. So as part of the assessment of this application, I did have discussions with my colleagues in economic regeneration. We are fully aware of the investment that's coming in to the town, the capital works that are taking place in the marina as well, has all been taken on board as well. Notwithstanding this, there is I suppose a historical use associated with this particular area of the East Pier. We do consider it to be a de facto brownfield site, so that in itself also carries a bit of weight as well. The fact that it's a relatively low impact development in terms of its implementation. There's no wholesale changes required to the site to bring this application to use, and ultimately, you know, if the development was to be removed, there's not a great deal of infrastructure to remove. So I think the sort of the key takeaway from the assessment is that permission for a haulage yard in perpetuity is clearly unacceptable in policy terms going forward. You know, particularly when you look at the vision for the sort of long-term vision for the East Pier, but a shorter-term temporary permission wouldn't compromise those particular objectives. And the one thing I feel I want to point out, as I've noted in the report, this recommendation is very much on balance. It's very much a very balanced decision, but I am happy to take any questions that members might have this morning. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Chris. Members, do we have any questions? First off the mark, Councillor Slater.
Yes, Chair, I'd just like to ask the officer, obviously it's proposed to be a lorry park, but there's obviously a housing estate nearby. I assume that these lorries will run refrigeration units and probably obviously noise from them, because I remember many years ago that the lorries were stopped parking on the sands because of the refrigeration units. Maybe the chair or someone could maybe help me with that. But also, is it, that's really my main concern here, is the fact there's a lorry park quite near houses and refrigeration units are probably running. Thank you.
Chris McTeer, if we've got any detail.
Yes, that's not a problem. As noted, sort of general amenities covered in paragraphs 4.21 and 4.22 of the member's report. The nearest residential dwellings approximately 84 metres away from the actual proposed site. So in terms of any sort of setback for noise and things, we do consider that it is acceptable. But obviously, any statutory noise nuisance can be dealt with under other sort of legislation. In this case, it would be my colleagues in environmental health would investigate any statutory noise complaints that would arise as part of this.
That's right. Oh, Councillor Slater.
Yes, investigating, but that investigation would have to probably occur after this park was probably built. So you don't really know the answer to that at this stage. Thank you.
Just on the back of that, would it be available to us to maybe add a condition to limit noise or the timing of noise? Is that acceptable? That's for Chris or David.
Sorry, I thought you were looking at Chris there. If members were minded to support the application, then I wouldn't say you could attach a condition about noise, but you could reasonably attach a condition about maybe the hours of operation, in the same way that you'll note that there's a recommendation about the floodlighting as well. You would have to bear in mind what the previous and still authorised use of the site is as a ferry terminal, so that there was a historic element of disturbance which would have taken place, which clearly hasn't been there for the last 13, 14 years, but still the authorised use is that, so that would have to be borne in mind as well. But certainly hours of operation might be something you wish to consider.
Thank you, David. Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think taking into account the Stranraer Place plan and the vision that there is for the area, that it's admirable, and you can actually see what the vision is, that it will improve Stranraer. However, I mean, what we're talking about here is a lorry park which is going to be located in a location where previously we've had a car park. So to my mind, what we're talking about is scale of change of use here, rather than a sort of something completely different. Now, what I've had a look at is I wonder if Chris can tell us what sort of percentage of area are we talking about that this plan will take of the East Pier, because I note that it is only part of the East Pier. And then secondly, there was a comment about decontamination. I'm just struggling to find it now. But there was a comment earlier about decontamination of the site because it had been used for haulage previously and such like. And I'm wondering if we could perhaps put in some sort of condition, if we were to approve, that decontamination would be at the cost of the developer. And I'm quite happy that it is sort of restricted to the 3 years. So yeah, I'm leaning towards supporting the officer. Thank you.
I'm going to hand over to David Sutty regarding the decontamination of the site, and then I'll bring Chris in for the rest of the question.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's really just to point out to members on page 48, I think the section that Councillor McFarlane was looking for is conditions 3 and 4 relating to the contaminated land on the site. Thanks, Chair.
Chris?
Yeah, that was going to be my point as well. We have looked at that and attached those the conditions at the recommendation of the council's contaminated land officer. In terms of percentage of the sort of the land take, I couldn't actually give you that off the top of my head. What I should probably have done is put in a slightly more zoomed out sort of picture of the pier. The pier does extend quite a bit from out towards the railway station from what the sort of photographs show. So it is, and even the sort of the section that you can see with the railway station access road and the sort of the A717 that runs down along the south of the site, you can see that's only taken up about half of that particular area. So it is a very small part of a much wider site, but I can't be any more specific than that, I'm afraid.
That's all right, Chris. Councillor Beretti, did you have your hand up? And then Councillor Cross.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. First off, I want to know, is there an agent to speak to this agenda item after? Because some of the questions that I have would be better directed to the agent. If there's no agent, then I would have to direct them to Chris here.
I see on my sheet that the applicant is here, that there is an agent here in person.
Okay,
So.
right. Okay, I'll stick to something else then. On page 46, it says, in SEPA's flood risk and drainage, obviously it says there's no flood risk. It's the drainage aspect that I would like to understand, because that is down on the waterfront. Anything to do with vehicles and diesel and containers means that there will inevitably be diesel spillage and diesel contamination. Where is that water, when it rains, likely to go? Because the current drainage system must be in need of repair, and is it going to be sufficient for this type of new application? Because cars are one thing, tractor units and containers are another.
Chris?
Yep, no problem. The SEPA and my colleagues in flood risk management are satisfied about the sort of the impacts in terms of the flood risk. SEPA did provide us with standing advice for that. It is we do recognise that it is potentially at risk from coastal flooding. In terms of the drainage, there's not been any detail on that, and possibly that's something you might want to ask the applicant a bit further down the line. But I would say that any sort of outfall in terms of drainage, and we're presumably talking about sort of surface water drainage, anything that falls out onto the adopted road, which would be running up either side of that, I'm pretty sure would fall under the Road Scotland Act. So colleagues in the Roads Service would be able to take action on any sort of water that's coming out of the site onto the public road.
Councillor Bray.
Yeah, I agree with Chris on that point, but it's the actual site itself, because the container units and the tractor units are going to be in site, and if anyone has done HGV work, you know fine well that tractor units are not always reliable to keep their diesel in their tank or their engines, and especially if you're starting up in the morning, there is an awful lot of diesel residual that's not been burnt up and it comes out into the ground, and that's the same for container units. So that would be a point, and if they're keeping so many containers, there is another issue which I want to obviously pick up with the agent, but that to me would be an issue.
That's right, Councillor Bray. One of the things that I would ask on the back of that is condition 3. Can condition 3 be tightened up to include a drainage scheme, in the sense of when we're talking about contamination? Can that be tightened up to include Councillor Bray's concerns? That's for Chris or David.
Condition 3 relates more specifically to contamination in of itself. I think what I would say is, obviously the decision is in the gift of members, and I think if members were minded to require further information on drainage detail, I think a condition could be reasonably added to that one, unless David thinks otherwise.
But that condition would be separate to Part 3 in the...
It would be separate to Part 3. I think it's probably best to keep issues of contamination and drainage separate for that one.
That's fantastic, thank you. Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks so much, Chris. Just to come back to one of the points you made yourself earlier, which was you said this is actually on balance. So just I wonder if you could expand on that. It's easy for me to think and assume that, okay, because it's for 3 years, doesn't it fit in with the natural vision or the residential area in the locale? But I just wonder, when it comes to on balance, you've tipped your balance towards in favour of it. Could you just outline your exact reasons why, please?
Chris?
Yep, sure. So in terms of balance, I've tried to kind of highlight in the report where sort of given weight to. So there's obviously the existing sort of site guidance in the master plan. We've sort of indicated that other options weigh more heavily in terms of the planning balance. when we were making when I was making the recommendation for that one. Again, in terms of weighting, the fact that this is the site of a former car park, and as David suggested, the existing use, that not that it's likely to happen, that it could be used as a ferry port tomorrow with no sort of conflicts in terms of planning. Not, like I say, not that that's likely to happen. I suppose what I'm trying to say is that I do recognise that there is a long-term plan for Stranraer, and at the moment it's focused over on the marina. But having spoken to colleagues in economic regeneration, I know that there are plans to improve the welcome, so to speak, at the station. So there are works required or proposed to take place on land that's just out with the application site. And I think because there's a lot of stakeholder agreement required for that one, Crown Estates, Network Rail, Stena, by the time those consents sort of fall into place, we're kind of looking at a sort of period down the road where this development could exist, on its own 2 feet for a little while without sort of compromising that one. So I kind of hope that gives you a bit of an insight into where the recommendation came from.
Right, thank you, Chair. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Chris. I have Councillor Hislop.
A couple of questions. The 3 years that we are being asked for, now, by granting it, we are saying that this is an acceptable development. Now, 3 years down the line, there's no progress in the waterfront, or there's minimal progress. Does that mean we could get a section 42 in, or whatever they call it, and we'll change a wee condition here and we get an extra 3 years? And by the time we come to actually look at this, are we looking at a permanent application because it's been in so long? So that's a concern I have. The noise, I hear that it'll be dealt with elsewhere, but what's a statutory noise nuisance? Because is it loudness? Is it constant? Because I remember at Amosfield there was a generator put in, and it would be 80 odd yards away from the back of the house, and the people couldn't sleep at night because it wasn't noisy, but it was constant, this droning in the background. So it's a concern with me, that one. Another one, what facilities is there in the site for drivers if they're parking up overnight, to get their sort of tachograph? Is there showers and toilet facilities on site, or is there some near hand for people who might, and some might be residents of the area who are in there, but there might be some who are transit sort of drivers. What's being proposed for that?
Chris?
A lot to take in there. So in terms of the time, I mean, I suppose we are just looking at the application that's in front of us, and any sort of applications that come in the future we'll deal with as and when they land. In theory, yes, we could, you could see a renewal, you could see a Section 42 application to change those, but without actually knowing, sort of how quickly these things are going to progress. And I can see I can see your concerns. It's almost like sort of mission creep. It just kind of sort of a little bit and a little bit and a little bit, and suddenly we're looking at something that would probably have been unacceptable at this point in time. But obviously we can't we can't refuse to accept applications when they come in. So we can only really look at sort of what's in front of us for that. In terms of the noise, again, that's I couldn't really say with any great degree of certainty what is a sort of statutory noise nuisance. Again, it's my colleagues in environmental health would deal with that. We do think that at 84 metres, which is a couple of 100 feet in old money, is likely to be enough, recognising the sort of the historical use of the site itself. In terms of the facilities, you may be best asking the applicant for that one. We are only looking at a sort of, it is a proposed sort of portable cabin which is going to be used as an office. There will be some facilities as part of that office as well, but if there are any sort of additional ones required, I think probably best to speak to the applicant for that one.
That's Chris. Councillor Crothers.
Thanks very much. I think it's better to ask you here than later on. I was going to leave till later on, but so it's how conditions 3 and 4 link to each other. So when I was reading condition 3, it talks about potential land contamination, a report being done, but then it sits dead. But in condition 4 then outlines any remediation work that's potentially to come from that being recommended from that report. I just wanted the clarity on that point, because I thought, when I read condition 3 originally, I thought, oh, well, that's really meaningless, because if it says a 30 units, this is hypothetical what I'm saying, but say 30 movements today by HGVs created enough movement in the ground to I suppose create leachage into the local waters, whether it's sea or surface water, whatever it may be. It's then what comes of that. So I'll maybe come back to that later on, because if there is potential risk subject to that, what that report brings back, so we've not seen that information yet, and how that would be complied with, and whether it's suspensive, fully suspensive, just how that would work. But it looks like Chris is wanting to come back at this time. Chair.
Chris?
Yep, no problem. The conditions 3 and 4 relate specifically to contamination as it is just now. We would require a site-specific investigation. Obviously, there's been a long-term use as a ferry port at this particular site. So it is in recognition of something that Councillor Beretti touched on in terms of, you know, the fact that there's been so many vehicles, you know, over the decades on the site. There's the potential for the ground to be contaminated at this moment in time. So that's kind of what those two conditions are in place for. One's, you know, to do the investigation, and it could be that there's very little needs to be done, but until such time as that information is available, it's difficult to say. But if there are any works that require to be done, condition 4 gives us the mechanism to capture that. Those recommendations will be there, and they have to be implemented. I think maybe what you're kind of looking at is something that we touched on earlier in terms of drainage. It could be something that could be captured with if members are minded to add a drainage condition to that, then that would be something I think would pick that up.
It wasn't really, Chair, but no, thanks very much for that explanation. The fact that condition 4 really enforces condition 3, because condition 3 was open to me, but condition 4 makes it explicit. Okay, the outcomes, any results of that report, so it could be negligible, like you're saying, but it could be high level of contamination, which you don't know until you open up the ground. And if it was the second, the latter, then at least we've got the mechanism in which to make that happen. That's what I was more bothered about. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Crothers and Chris. Moving on, Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's really just to sort of pick up on Councillor Hislop's point, and I think what Chris was saying in relation to the sort of mission creep, as it were. I'm just wondering if it was a case that in 3 years' time that we had approved this and the development hadn't progressed, would that have to come back to us as a planners, as a planning authority, to extend that, or is that something that would be done by the officers? Thank you.
Chris?
I'd be very surprised if a further application, if it came in 3 years, didn't end up here, just you know, based on the level of objection that this particular application's picked up on. I'm not sure if we do have, as officers, we do have discretionary powers. Not that we exercise them very often, but we can take applications to the PAC, even if we feel that there's an interest. And I think David could maybe expand on that if we need to, but it is something that we can do.
David?
Yes, I mean, I concur with what Chris is actually saying in that I think it's highly unlikely that a further application wouldn't come before you in the event of this being approved. Furthermore, even if it was the unusual situation that there were no more than 6 objections, I think I would probably still want to use discretionary power to bring it before yourselves. And indeed, as you've done on a number of occasions, you can request that any further applications come before yourself, and that gets taken on board. So for a number of reasons, I think it's highly unlikely that any further applications would be dealt with under delegated powers.
That's right, David. Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's just a question of the ground. What's it actually made of? Is it a concrete base, or is it just porous land? It's just, again, obviously with drainage as well. Where does diesel actually go to? And how do you remove it as such? And also the other point as well, as Councillor Hislop brought up, there's a lot of lorry drivers there. Is there any facilities going to be there for them to use? Thank you.
Chris?
I couldn't say with any degree of certainty what the surface is made of. All that I could tell you is that it is a hard surface. I suppose condition 3, kind of going back to that one, would capture any sort of likelihood or any what's the word I'm looking for? Any instance of contamination under that. There would be some investigative works required, whether it would be boreholes or trial pits in the car park itself. And as I suppose in my response to Councillor Hislop, in terms of the facilities, there are some there, but it could be something that the applicant could expand on when it's their turn to speak.
David's got the picture montage sitting next to me. Can we get that back up on the screen, Abby, to show the ground that we're looking at?
I think it's photos, slides 30 onwards, I think show just it is very much a hard surface. Looking at it, some of it appears to be sort of concrete and other bits appear to be patched tarmac. But it's clearly a hard surface rather than just soil, just due to its previous use.
I would say it appears that there is no drainage that is noticeable on any of the pictures, or from my knowledge. But we'll ask that when the applicant's up. Councillor Beretti?
Yeah, fortunately, I've been past this yard quite a few times. It is solid concrete, but there is drainage, and if you look at that image there, and where the grass comes up, that's the spacing between the image blocks, so there's about an inch and a half, so any water would actually filter into that space. It's a difficult system to operate, but it's common amongst HGV yards.
You say water, Councillor Beretti, there. What about diesel contaminants and things like that? Where would they go? Or do they go into the same?
By implication, if there's grass growing between the cement areas, that is a space which is there, and it's deliberately there so that you do get a little bit of water going into that space, and it was there as a construction element, and it was never filled in, so you are going to get drainage through those areas in between the cement blocks, because cement blocks might have been run in 40-50 metre trenches, in a one go.
That's right, Councillor Beretti. Councillor Slater, it was your original question. Would you like to come back to it?
Yes, thank you, Chair. By looking at the photograph, you quite clearly see that any liquid draining onto the ground would obviously, this concrete's been there for a long time, it's obviously starting to break up, so there will be, water will just, diesel will just drain out of the ground there. And even if you had a bund put around it, you would probably have to do something with the concrete base to stop that happening. Thank you.
That's right, Councillor Slater. Members, do we have any more members wishing to speak before I move on to my representatives today? No? So members, we're going to move on to our objectors and the applicant, and we have an elected member today wishing to speak who I'll invite first, which is Councillor Willie Scobie. Willie, you have 3 minutes, and go on. We'll get the timer ready for you. You can start now, Willie.
Thanks, Chair. The case officer has covered a number of the points in his presentation regarding the importance of the site for future development, but allow me to fill in other aspects. Since Stena Line sailed away from Stranraer in 2011, the East Pier has become an industrial wasteland and a blot on the landscape of Stranraer, as you can see from the photos that have been presented. It has been up for sale all of this time, but no buyers have come forward or are even coming forward to purchase the land. I can understand the rationale behind the recommendation from officers for approval of a change of use to a lorry park, something the East Pier was used for when it was a ferry service to Northern Ireland, as has been pointed out. Nevertheless, it has not gone down too well, which is reflected in the large number of objections that have been lodged and the general feeling in Stranraer who do not want to see a return of HGV lorries coming in and out of Stranraer again. The land under consideration has been recognised for future development, as was pointed out by the case officer, and also under the Stranraer Local Place Plan, and if approved for a lorry park, or even on a temporary basis, could be considered. Sorry, Chair.
That was quick, Councillor Scobie. You've still got a minute.
No, I'm not finished. That's my phone ringing. Aye, could be considered that it could be prejudicial to the ambition that the local place plan has. However, the haulier who has applied for the change of use does provide a large number of lorry driver jobs, as does the other hauliers who use Cairnryan ferry ports. In my opinion, we do require to provide a suitable lorry park that has been missing from the area, as we have witnessed congestion at Cairnryan and various other areas in and around Stranraer when the ferries don't sail because of bad weather. If the planning committee members were of a mind to go against the recommendation for the change of use of the East Pier for a lorry park, I hope the committee would consider putting a condition, if that's possible, to look for a suitable site for a lorry park and or to instruct the officials to refer the matter to the economy and infrastructure. Sorry?
30 seconds left.
The explorer, just to explore where it could be possible to have a land suitable for a lorry park for this haulier. This could be one site that was considered for the Border Force checkpoint only a few years ago. So I'd hope that the committee would, if it was of a mind to refuse, that they would look for infrastructure, economy and infrastructure, to look for an alternative site for the applicant.
Thanks,
Chair.
Councillor Scobie. Now, hang on, Councillor Scobie, because we have questions, if any members would like to ask any questions of. Sorry, Councillor Scobie, I've misinterpreted that. Elected members talking to the committee don't have the right to be asked questions. It's only members who have objected, who are not members of the council. So, Councillor Scobie, you can now leave the meeting, please.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks for that. So, members, moving on to our first speaker today, that's not a council representative, Mr Harry Harbottle, on behalf of Stranraer Water Sports Association and an objector via Teams. Harry, you have 3 minutes to go. I'll jump in when you have 30 seconds and remind you of 30 seconds, and which I'd be asking you to wrap up.
Thanks, Chair. I'm speaking today on behalf of the children of the town. We at the Water Sports Association have a good deal of them under our care when we're doing water sports activities. But in particular, I'm speaking in relation to the traffic matters that will arise as a result of this. The roads officer said that there will be no adverse effects on road safety. However, with a basic, with a basic risk assessment, increased frequency equals increased risk. So increased traffic flow will increase the frequency of incidents, particularly around the bridge just adjacent to the Cairnryan and Stair Drive junction, which is tricky enough as it is already. Also, increased airborne pollution will be affected by the increased frequency of the traffic, the HGV traffic. This means that the traffic will flow past, increased traffic will flow past the the access that the 1,500 children of the town have along A77 and A75, which is heavily used by those children from the two schools, the academy and the Refab primary school. And I would raise another point, which I put in the objection, that came in the objections, in relation to children's rights. I don't believe this was considered by the planners, and that the legislation around the United Nations Convention on Rights of the Child, incorporated in Scottish law last year, makes it unlawful for any public authority to act or fail to act inconsistently with those children's rights. In addition to that, anything that affects children, the children should be consulted, and not only should they be consulted, but their views be given sufficient weight. I would question whether this was done by the planning authority. I know they have statutory rules to consider regarding planning, but this is over and above that in terms of the children's rights. Seriously, these children will be affected by the increased traffic, whether you say it's likely or not. This is one of the many unanswered questions that I think are in the report. I'm very surprised that the roads officer also didn't consider the use of the pedestrians use through the site, or the entrance to the site, in relation to going backwards and forwards to the railway station. Again, affects a lot of students that travel up to Ayr for their further education. So I would urge you to consider that this legislation has not been taken into account, and I would urge you to refuse this planning permission on those grounds alone, let alone on the other grounds. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks for that, Mr Harbottle. And do any elected members have questions for Mr Harbottle? We'll start with Councillor Barretti.
Yes, thank you very much, Harry. I'm assuming when you say that the traffic or the potential traffic coming from that site would be going along the London Road and then on the 75 out towards Castle Kennedy as opposed to the Coast Road. Would that be correct?
No, I'm saying it would be both roads. In practice now, both roads are used, and both sides of the schools, the children use those routes as pedestrians to get both along the A77, the Kenrine Road, and the A75, the London Road, both at the beginning and the end of their school days.
Thanks for that, Harry. Councillor Barretti.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Councillor Heslop.
Chair, I think it's similar to Councillor Barretti's question. It was just to get the sort of routes with regard to the lorries, because if they're heading to the port, I would take it they would go up the Cairnryan Road and out along the Coast Road. And if they were coming in, they would either come in from there, or would it be then London Stair Drive or that they would come in? Because I would have thought, being at the school, most of the children would walk into the town centre rather than coming down, or is the preferred route for children from the schools down to the Cairnryan Road and then into the town centre that way?
Mr Harbottle.
I can only give you a feeling for that. I haven't done any statistical stuff on that, but the way the children behave, certainly from the academy, the nearest food outlet is the corner shop towards the Cairnryan Road, and this is the attraction, and then they follow down the coast road, Cairnryan at the A77. The lorries going from the park to the port would go along the 77, of course, as a preference, but there will be lorries coming into the town to stay at the lorry park before they then go to the port maybe the next morning, and they would probably use the A75. Both roads are heavily used, children coming down St McMaster's Road and coming out both ends, really.
That's right, Mr Harbottle. Members, any more questions for the objector? I'm not seeing any hands going up. Mr Harbottle, thank you for your time today. You may turn your camera off.
Okay, thanks to your audience.
Members, on to my next objector, Mr Romano Petrucci, on behalf of the Stranraer Development Trust. He is online with us via Teams. Mr Petrucci, you'll have 3 minutes to give us your statement, and then we would ask you to hang back and we may ask questions.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you to the committee for this opportunity. The Council's conclusion is that the proposed lorry park is not a material consideration and thus does not prejudice the statutory plan. The committee needs to be very clear that it is or isn't a material consideration. In the case of City of Edinburgh Council versus the Secretary of State for Scotland, 1998 SCHL 33, Lord Clyde, in a ruling at the Court of Session, determined that the development plan provisions, provided that they are relevant to the particular application, are to govern the decision unless there are material considerations which indicate that in the particular case, the provisions of the plan should not be followed. There is a presumption that the development plan is to govern the decision on an application. What tests of a material consideration were applied in relation to the statutory plan and NPF 4? Stranraer Waterfront is part of the Stranraer Gateway project, which is identified as a national development in NPF 4, the strategic plan for Scotland. It states nearby Cairnryan is a crucial gateway to Scotland with a need to make best use of existing connections. Would it not make more sense creating a logistics hub there than our harbour at Stranraer? Did the Council fully weigh up what impact the reintroduction of a passport use, a lorry park, would have on the statutory plan for a mixed-use development of the Stranraer waterfront? In coming to the conclusion there were no material considerations and recommending a 3-year temporary planning permission, what benefit does that give the applicant? Does it really give the Council and the local community the protection that the statutory plan aims of a mixed waterfront development that will be achieved? Is the applicant going to invest a substantial sum in security fencing, lighting, etc., for a temporary 3-year planning permission that does nothing to further the development of Stranraer's waterfront? All members of the committee received an email from Stranraer Development Trust. I'd ask that you all consider the matters raised therein when you're looking at this application. Many members of this community have given their time and money this last few years creating a regeneration dream for this town that will last into the future and long beyond. Whilst no one is against the lorry park per se, it cannot be the first thing everybody sees on arrival in our town. It cannot go there. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm finished.
Thanks for that, Mr. Petrucci. Members, do we have any questions for Mr. Petrucci? I'm not seeing any hands up in the room and I'm not seeing any online. I'll ask a question, Mr. Petrucci. In your opinion on you've quoted NPF 4 and the relevant documents there. What do you, and you mentioned the timeline being 3 years, and you don't seem to feel that that's a balanced, that's on balance. Could you explain that a wee bit more, that your objection to the 3 years?
I don't think anybody's going to spend the money it's going to require to get this up to a standard and then walk away after 3 years. I see more problems, and we've already had 14 years of problems in this town since we were abandoned and the ferries moved up the road. We've had to stare at this every day. And whereas everybody's in support of a lorry park, it's a fantastic addition to this town's employment and all the rest of it. There's no debate there whatsoever. A lot of people are more, I suppose, to angry, astonished that nowhere else has been considered for this. Nobody in their right mind, as they come over the brow of that train track, expects the first thing they see to be a lorry park. Surely to goodness, people in Dumfries and far beyond understand that we aspire to a lot better than that in Stranraer. There's so many people working so hard to create a dream for a future for our kids, for everything it is. And this is just not what we want to be starting off with.
Thanks for that, Mr. Petrucci. I'm seeing no other hands in the room, so if you would like to turn your camera off, please, Mr. Petrucci, and your microphone.
Thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I would like to invite Mr. Douglas McMillan, an objector in person, to come and join us here. Mr. McMillan, you'll have 3 minutes, and I will remind you of 30 seconds when you're coming to the end.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What tests of a material consideration were applied in relation to the statutory plan? If we look at the proposed plan, it shows tractor units, 50 tractor units and 20 trailers parked around the boundaries of the site. However, the area of the site is such that it could readily be increased significantly by at least 50%, increasing the traffic movements. Did the Council seek any assurances on the scale of use of the lorry park and its operation, as there is no condition stipulating a maximum number of vehicles, whether tractor units or trailers, and because there's no control, the relative proportions of tractor units versus trailers could vary, and clearly more tractor units means more noise and HGV traffic. There are no conditions on the lorry park's operation. Why? Did the council not consider the noise impact of the lorry park, which could and will operate at night time? There are residential properties opposite who would be affected by the noise of lorries accelerating from the lorry park to turn onto Port Rodie and then all the way up the hill and over the railway bridge, passing the houses and the hotel residents. Surely noise is a material consideration, but the council seems to have omitted that as a condition. Why? Did the council take into account or seek to find out if maintenance operations such as washing vehicles will take place on site? Did the council take into account that there's a potential of ground contamination from fuel spills, which would not help with future mixed-use development of the harbour? Did the council consider that such an application should be justified economically? Did it consider seeking a business case to justify the need for a lorry park? Did the council consider the vibration effects on houses nearby? Because I know from experience the Ross Bar at North West Castle will be shaken every time lorries pass.
30 seconds.
Are these not material considerations that mitigate against the statutory plan and its delivery? Thank you, Chair.
Mr McMillan, we may have questions for you.
Beg your pardon.
There you are. If you turn your mic off just in case online they get a slight echo. Members, do we have any questions for Mr McMillan? I'm seeing no hands in the room. Oh, Councillor Bray.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr McMillan. I know you said that there'd be 50 tractor units, but have you got any evidence of how you've arrived at that sum?
Mr McMillan, your mic, sorry.
From the plan that was shown earlier.
Councillor Bray.
I can't remember seeing I don't remember the plan, so we'd have to actually have a look at the plan, but the plan might just be indicative of positions that tractor units would be using. It doesn't necessarily mean to say that they're all there at the same time.
So I've just asked for a confirmation of David Sutty. Would you like to come in, David?
Thanks, Chair. Abby, could you put up slide 24, please? It doesn't have an actual number on it, but if you can maybe zoom into that, you can see that the bottom area is the one for empty container parking. Then you've got staff car parking along the western side, and then it's the tractor units and driver parking up at along the northeastern boundary. So to a degree, it is self-limiting the number of units you can get in there by virtue of the site size. You'd need that area in the middle for manoeuvring. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks for that, David. Councillor Bray, are you happy with that response? Yeah. On the back of that, Mr McMillan, I'm going to ask, you suggest a condition limiting the numbers. Would you be able to give us a wee bit more of what you were thinking on that?
I think that our planning agent assessed that there would be room to have lots more on the site, despite I understand what you're saying about the manoeuvring. But his assessment was that there's potential to have a lot more on there.
That's right, Mr McMahon. I have no other hands up in the room for questions, so you may return to your seat in the gallery there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Moving on, members, I would like to invite Miss Janet Jones, an objector, and she's with us in person. Ms Jones, I have 3 minutes to give your statement, and I'll draw you to a conclusion at 30 seconds in.
Thank you. Well, as you've been informed, the land that we're talking about was about delivering a mixed-use waterfront development, which was the Council's original vision for Stranraer, and this requires both public and private investment to realise the potential the land has for the benefit of the Council and the local community. The Council has put forward a condition that the applicant undertakes a site-specific ground investigation together with a remediation strategy for approval of the Council, but there is no standard set that would ensure the aim of the statutory plan is realised. Why is that? Remediation by making the ground safe for lorry park use is not the same as making the ground safe for a mixed-use development that is the aim of the statutory plan. There is a mismatch of aims here, and it is further complicated by the lack of conditions on the operation of the lorry park. If fuel spills occur or lorry washing activities take place, another layer of contamination could occur, making the job of decontamination for mixed use more complicated. Spillage of fuel is particularly insidious as it seeps into the ground and would require all such ground affected to be windrowed to allow the split fuel to oxidize. Taking what my colleague has said about a lack of control over numbers, no nighttime noise protection, and a missed opportunity by the Council to secure a remediation approach that helps to deliver mixed-use development of the waterfront as mandated in the statutory plan. There are many material considerations that have not been fully assessed by the Council. For the Council to propose the solution as a temporary consent with conditions does not realise or protect the objectives of statutory plan for the benefit of the local community. A temporary consent may be a solution for the Council, but there is nothing to prevent the applicant seeking to extend the consent for a further period on the basis of being able to demonstrate there is a business case for the use.
30 seconds.
As someone who has to engage with the community a lot for the regeneration projects, my question is, where is the applicant's engagement research for the desire of a lorry park on this particular land by the community in Stranraer? I'd like to see that.
Thank you, Ms Jones. Members, do we have any questions for Ms Jones? I'm seeing no hands up in the room or online. I think you've got away lightly, Ms Jones. There's no questions for you. Thank you. Members, I would like to invite a spokesperson on behalf of Bespoke Hotels and the North West Castle. I don't quite know how to pronounce your name, sir, so I'll allow you to not do the injustice.
Okay, it's Phrixos Kyriakou. That's
Thank you, Phrixos. You have 3 minutes to give us your statement, and then if you hang back, and we will ask questions at the end, perhaps.
Thank you very much. I address you on behalf of Bespoke Hotels, the owners of the North West Castle Hotel. Thank you for this opportunity. The hotel is a local employer, 65 people full-time and part-time, and has an occupancy rate of 91% May to September, 73 bedrooms, ancillary dining, leisure facilities, and the famous indoor curling ring. One of the hotel's elevations overlooks the site, and our letter to the planning authority gave details of the issues facing the hotel as a result of this application and suggested conditions. The hotel continued to make investment plans. While there is an objection in principle, as officers have recommended a temporary approval, conditions to protect the hotel's amenity and function are paramount. Noise and vibration. Within the submitted application documents, I can find no assessment of these issues or details of the operation of the haulage depot, such as our hours of operation, which may have shed light on these issues. The hotel is the nearest neighbour to the site, and in the absence of such information, the importance of conditions is increased. The planning officer's report refers to the use of the Environmental Health Department in dealing with statutory noise nuisances. Noise and vibration are traditionally planning considerations which should have required some form of assessment and submissions by the applicant at the planning stage to inform us. There are bedrooms and dining areas facing towards the proposed haulage depot. As such, in the warmer months, windows are likely to be left open for ventilation and cooling purposes. In the event there are no conditions governing the hours of operation and noise level, it leaves considerable uncertainty as to the impact on the bedrooms on this elevation. It is unreasonable to expect windows to be permanently closed. Background noise levels can differ considerably throughout the day. It is not known if any of the vehicles would have refrigeration units, which would run constantly. As such, guests are likely to be disturbed from vehicles starting up, running engines, entering and leaving the site. Further, vibration could be a factor from such vehicles depending on road conditions, weight and type of vehicles. Without due consideration of the noise levels or hours of operation of the haulage depot, the hotel owners maintain an objection in principle to the application.
30 seconds.
It is clear such issues could have an impact on hotel guests and the attractiveness and amenities of these rooms and facilities. In turn, this could have an impact on the economic well-being of the hotel. We would request that the planning authority consult with the hotel once details of lighting are submitted in the event the application is approved. In conclusion, the introduction of such a facility in close proximity would unreasonably interfere with the operation.
That's time, I'm sorry. If you'd like to finish your sentence.
Yeah, that was it, with the operation of the hotel. But thank you very much.
Thanks for that. Members, do we have any questions? I'm not seeing any hands up online or in the room. You're lucky, you've got off lightly. There's no questions for you, Mr. Crackle.
Oh, so, thanks again for the opportunity.
You. If you just turn off your mic and your camera, that would help the committee. Thank you. Okay. And I would like to invite Mr. David Hope-Jones, an objector via Microsoft Teams. Mr. Hope-Jones, you will have 3 minutes, and I will remind you at 30 seconds to go.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm the Chief Executive of the South of Scotland Destination Alliance. I'll talk quickly as I've only got 3 minutes. I'm keen that my message is very, very clear. We represent 750 businesses across the south of Scotland's visitor economy. We're the largest destination network in Scotland, and we're the official tourism partner of Dumfries and Galloway Council, Visit Scotland and SOCI. Officially representing the visitor economy, which is worth £532 million and 8,800 jobs to Dumfries and Galloway, my message to the committee is this. If any form of planning permission is given for an industrial function and a Class 6 haulage yard is undoubtedly that, at the gateway to Stranraer, it will permanently weaken the visitor economy in Stranraer and the southwest of Scotland. Stranraer is a town on the up. It has unprecedented investment going in, over £58 million worth of public money. I thank the council, I thank SOCI. Most of all, I thank the passionate community leaders who have developed and attracted that investment. It is those community leaders you have just heard from who are objecting to this planning application. This place plan is the best in the south of Scotland. It's very possibly the best in Scotland. It is endorsed by Dumfries and Galloway Council. And through a democratic process, the people of Stranraer have said that the East Pier is the #1 issue for them. This document says in 3 places the people of Stranraer do not want a lorry park at this location. If the council acts in diametric opposition to the clearly expressed views of the people of Stranraer through that democratic process, honestly, who would engage a process like that again in the future? It is my considered professional opinion that any form of green light to a lorry park at this location would potentially fatally undermine those £58 million of hugely positive public investment going into Stranraer. We're building the marina on the West Pier. Who would want to moor their luxury yacht next to a lorry park? The decision you make today has the potential to undo significant investment, but it also has the potential to deter significant and larger investment into Stranraer. There has been a successful and publicly funded pre-feasibility study looking at potentially developing Scotland's best new visitor attraction in Stranraer of national and global significance. This would be transformative. There is zero chance of attracting that investment if there is continued permission for a haulage yard. My final point, please draw no comfort from the proposed clauses around the word temporary, for the reasons that almost all objectors have said. We know that in 3 years there will be a case stated that because it's been successfully operated, it should continue. In fact, I'm absolutely confident the precedent would be made that the precedent would be argued that because it's worked for this part of the East Pier, that the rest of the East Pier should be similarly industrialised. It is the thin end of the wedge, and this is why it is so important. The recommendations given to the committee don't anything like adequately make account for the wider economic and social impact. These are material considerations, and that's why I'm confident the committee has every right to choose to reject the application. I believe in this process. I believe in Dumfries and Galloway Council, and I am confident that when you look at the facts, you will object to the Planning Permission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Hope-Jones. Members, do we have any questions? I'm not seeing any hands going up. Mr Hope-Jones, you made reference to you believe that the 3-year temporary would be detrimental to the place plan and to get into a position where we can build something else on the East Pier. What's your evidence of that?
No problem at all. I'd like to quote the place plan directly, if I may. These are the words of the place plan. Page 45 says, that it works with Dumfries and Galloway Council to move the lorry park from the pier to the industrial estate, the town's periphery or nearer to the ferries in Ken Ryan. Page 54 says, vis-a-vis the industrial park, keeping the industrial enterprise in the secondary out-of-town zones, explore moving Stenner's lorry parks here or north of the ferry terminals. Page 65 says, we, the steering group of volunteers, need the support of a charismatic, agile catalyst to keep the pot boiling, keep the lines of communication open, and help us to vault the barriers like Stenner's proposed lorry parks. This document is absolutely clear. The people of Stranraer do not want a lorry park there. The people of Stranraer, through this document, have set out a bold and inspiring and exciting ambition for the town. I genuinely worry if the committee concludes it's only for 3 years, you will have everybody in Stranraer pushing in one exciting direction, apart from this committee, which will be pushing in the other direction, working on the basis it's only 3 years. It won't be a problem. Let's take a reality check. For the last 14 years, these 29 acres have been allowed to stagnate, to rot in public view. This is the #1 issue for the people of Stranraer. It has been said at today's meeting that this is an absolute material consideration. How is the advice given to the committee not reference the fact that, as I have directly quoted, this document states the people of Stranraer do not want and do not need and will not tolerate a lorry park in this location?
Thank you, Mr Hope-Jones. I'm not seeing any other hands or any other questions coming forth. So if you would like to mute your microphone and turn your camera off, thank you for attending today.
Thank you.
Members, we do have one other objector, Mr Jim Ryder, but I'm told that he's not in the meeting at the moment, and we have tried to make contact with him. So moving on to our applicant, Mr Chris Slowly, on behalf of Manfreight. Mr Chris Slowly, you're in person. Thank you. Mr Slowly, you'll have 3 minutes. If you just angle the mic closer to you, sorry, just because I saw it was at the wrong angle. Or use that mic, yep. So you'll have 3 minutes, and I'll draw you to a conclusion at 30 seconds, and then we'll open up to the questions from the members. Thank you.
First of all, thank you, Rich Committee, for your time today, an opportunity to speak to you directly.
Mr. Slowly, sorry, can we bring the mic closer to you, sorry? Just so that we
Is that okay now?
Maybe put a little bit.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think that's better.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, reference our opportunity to develop our business within this community in Scotland. Manfreight itself is a 50-year-old business. It has led from the front for the last 50 years and offering a service to our customers and building a trust within the community that has led to the growth of the business. I have 2 letters of support here today. One is from ABC Council For those who know ABC councils, Armagh, Banbridge and Craigavon, they're the second biggest council in Northern Ireland after Belfast. Roger Wilson is the chief executive of it, and he has personally penned this himself last night in support of our application to encourage you to understand what we're about. Manfred Limited have been a main office located in Portadown within the Armagh City Banbridge Borough Council. The company is a family-owned business, ran for 50 years, which operates successfully and now employs over 500 people. With a real care attitude for the staff, the community and the environment, which is why they have recently won the Best in Business Family Business Awards in Northern Ireland. The company is boosted and collaborates both economically and socially with our borough. The company has strong values that can be seen in everything that it does. Integrity, they say, is what they do. Trust, they treat the products of their own. Right place, right time, right temperature. Partnership, together we strive together. Manfred have a strong collaboration and relationship with our local community, where they're the main sponsors of the local football team, rugby team and ladies hockey. The company believes in supporting youth on their journey into sport, and are delighted that the main sponsors of the ABC Junior Sports Awards now for 3 years. Other examples of community responsibility is Accent Cancer. We support and look after Accent Cancer's bus in Northern Ireland, Northern Ireland Hospice for Cancer Children, we look after that too. Breaker, which is unfortunately suicide awareness within the college community, we look after that too. Aware, which is delivering mental health and wellbeing programs within the community, schools, colleges, universities and workplaces, we do that too. That is from Roger Wilson, and I'd like to hand that to you as an example. From Belfast City Harbour. So Belfast City Harbour is the biggest landowner in the British Isles. They own 2,000 acres of land. We've just recently built a new positioned warehouse on their land opposite the port of Stranraer, Kinrarn, where Stannis, where the first thing you see come off the boat, and the last thing you see leaving Northern Ireland. On behalf of Belfast Harbour Commissioners, I am pleased to offer this letter of support for Manfred, one of Northern Ireland's leading logistics providers and long-standing and valued partner of Belfast Harbour. Established 50 years ago,
30 seconds.
Sorry? Oh, sorry.
30 seconds.
Manfred has built a robust reputation as a trusted and innovator within the transport and logistics sector. In the last 4 years, Manfred has invested £51 million in expanding its operation within Belfast Harbour and investing in the local community with cutting-edge ideas and innovations, reducing carbon zero footprint within their warehouse facility, 50,000 square feet. Manfred currently employs 500 people, invests in their people, invests in the community. So these are two letters of examples of our business and how we conduct ourselves within local communities, from chief executives and also from head of Belfast Harbour. Part of the conversation today is about people.
Can we conclude this, Mr. Slowly?
Sorry. Very much. The reason for Manfred moving towards Stranraer was because we currently employ over 60 people. They want a future for themselves and their children. We're offering the ability for second and third generation employment within the business.
We're at 3 minutes 30, so I would ask you to draw to a conclusion. Thank you for giving us the presentation, though. Members, do we have any questions for Mr. Slowly? I've got Councillor Hislop.
I suppose one of the things is the biggest concern seems to be the operational activity that will happen within the actual site. Do you see, I think the things that have been raised are refrigerated units being on site and running day and night possibly, or through the night seems to be a big concern. Is it just going to be local drivers that will use it, or do you have facilities for other drivers? We've seen recently the sort of issues with drivers not having facilities using the A75 especially, and hours. That's been one that's been brought up. Now, that might be a kind of difficult one depending on ferry times, etc., when it would be used. So would hours be a problem for you? And another one of the conditions is 3 years. Now, knowing haulage is quite a difficult business to be in, it's not, you know, everybody's trying to squeeze margins, and I think yours will be an industry that gets squeezed quite a lot. Do you see the investment in there actually being worthwhile for just a 3-year period?
Mr. Slowly.
I didn't have the speaker on before, apologies. To answer your questions, first of all, the principle behind it is for the local community. So for our local employees, we have we have areas within Kinrarn where we can park the Northern Ireland drivers or English drivers. So it's principally for the Scottish drivers who live in the local community. We want to give them an operating centre that they operate from, and they feel that they are part of the community and we're part of the community with them. The refrigeration, what we move is your dinner tonight. So what we collect, we deliver within 12 hours, maybe in London town or Belfast. So we don't have fridges running overnight in any complex. We don't. Everything that we load, we're going direct to a ferry to ship across. The driver then comes off duty. He will then report back to depot, which would be where it's on by in Stranraer, and park up and go home for his weekend break or his daily break. So it would be the hours of work would be based around the ferry terminal. So it would be the sailing schedule. So it would be, and we actually give example in the submission of the volume of traffic and the times of day that the peak and trough would be within that there. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Heslop, are you content with the answer?
Just the 3-year, the condition with regard to 3 years, you know, there'd be possibly a bit of investment into this site. Does it actually pay to just have 3 years?
Mr. Slowly.
I believe the investment in people is worth it, so do. You know, it's given them the presence, the understanding that they're respected. During COVID, drivers, first of all, felt appreciated. Were respected for the activity that they do, they were taken for granted. And by giving them a place where they can park their car safely, because currently in Kinrarn there's congestion, they have nowhere safe to park their car, they have nowhere safe to park their truck. So for me, it would be giving them ownership within the community, that they are part of the local community, providing a service, and that they are respected as well as we respect the community back.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. My question about operating times has already been asked by Councillor Heslop. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Crothers.
Thanks very much, and thanks very much for your presentation. So I'm just got some of the notes that I've picked up on, and some have been covered, but it's does your level of investment stack up over the next 3 years in this site? So I'll put these out there. Concerns have been raised: operating hours, the level to which you'll operate, the vehicle numbers, noise, vibration, lighting spillage, potential conflict with the £58 million investment in regards to the wider vision for that particular area. And some of the concerns that have also been raised is the fact that, okay, if this level of investment is sustainable, viable, and economically viable, in particular for yourselves over the next 3 years, then what's your longer term vision? Because the biggest fear here, I think, is this goes on and on and on, and it defaces ultimately the vision for the local people in that area. And that's what you've heard yourself. You very much sound like a people person. You're there for the people, but the local people are screaming out to us in the committee saying, listen, this has got to impact our future vision in the area. So beyond the 3 years, probably the point I want to pick up on. So how do you see that? So if this is a short-term stop in real terms for 3 years, and you're doing it for your workforce, your people that you look to support, beyond the 3 years, how do you look to address that problem if it's not there?
Mr. Slowey.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. First of all, I attended a committee meeting with the local community in June 2 years ago, you might recall. And at that chance, I got the chance to speak to you because there was a misunderstanding. They were creating a lorry park. A lorry park is what we suggest happens in Dover, where it's various hauliers park their trucks within a various complex that actually park there for operating stack. It's when the ferry stop where there's an issue with customs. We're not looking to operate a lorry park. We're looking to operate an operating centre, so it is, all right? So I met with the community 2 years ago in June coming, explaining that our understanding was that you want to enhance and improve Stranraer. Well, I went to Northwest Castle last night before I came down here to Dumfries this morning. And the first thing I drove out of Northwest Castle today was a derelict site, looking across onto a pavier area of concrete with a security fencing that was falling in upon itself. So I feel that there's no wrong for Stranraer. I've been coming to Stranraer since a child. I'm now 52. I've been coming here since 4 years of age, every year, on numerous occasions per year, and seen the decline, unfortunately, in Stranraer. I want to give back to Stranraer, because it's the drivers from Stranraer, Newton Stewart, Dumfries, who've given us a lot of the infrastructure that we have built our business upon. So the 3-year plan was suggested at that local community meeting, where Stana asked me to invest in that park, take responsibility for that park, because they own the park, Stana do. They didn't want to spend the money on putting new fences up because they didn't see any advantage to them. They asked me to take responsibility for that park for 10 years, put cameras in, put fencing in, put new entrance in, and leave it effectively cosmetically attractive to the eye driving out of Northwest Castle. on that day in question, we talked about putting foliage up a certain level, tree level, to blind out the fences. We changed the fence level, which is currently 3 metres to 2.4 metres on suggestion of that council meeting or that public meeting back in June 2 years ago. So on a 2-year plan, we can justify the expenditure to enhance the area we're going to occupy if we get the chance to. And then within that 3 years, we will look to all the areas, but I want to try and retain employment in Stranraer. I don't want to take employment from it. We give today £2.5 million to people from Stranraer in wages. We give Stena £7 million per year in shipping on the REC through Kinrarn Port. All our haulers decided to leave that and take them to Birkenhead, and now there's new investment in Heysham. I come from an area, an age group, where Stranraer for me was a high activity. I'm very proud to ship through it. I don't want to see that become a ghost town situation any further what it already has become. If there's investment of £53 to £58 million as discussed today, Manfred would be more than happy. I suggested that day we will retract from that area. But until you have that investment, until you have that money in the bank, that you have a defined time frame that you want to enhance and develop what you're discussing, we're going to occupy a small area and improve that area. Not take control of the whole lot, but leave it actually that it's presentable, that it's safe, it's secure, and give the local community an opportunity for further development, upskill them, which we do for our own driving schools, employment, secure employment, 52 weeks a year, which at this moment in time, Stranraer is lacking. It is recognised as a deprived area at this moment in time, with drug culture increasing year on year, with, I'm going to say, the brain drain, people leaving Stranraer because of lack of a chance of employment. We're trying to give that back, not just by creating drivers, but by creating an environment there where people feel good about what they do within a college community, that we can enhance you.
Can we bring the response to a conclusion? Sorry.
Sorry, that's me.
We're just going a wee bit off.
Yeah, all we're trying to do is improve the place. All we want to do is create an environment for our staff that they have safe parking and feel that they're part of the community as much as they own houses there, they're employed there.
Thanks for that, Mrs. Slowey. Councillor Crullers, are you happy with that comprehensive response?
I am, and I do actually appreciate that it was comprehensive, because it did touch on the specific part for why it went to the more emotional, heartstring pulling type of things. But I do believe that to get an understanding that there is an actual exit strategy there, and there is actually clearly thoughts around about the local area and such like. But obviously I've got my own thoughts, and I've outlined that previously. So no, but I do appreciate that there is actually been thought around about an exit strategy and taking on local people's interests. Thank you.
Councillor Bray.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sorry, I have to say I'm having a little bit of difficulty hearing, so if the gentleman could speak a bit closer to the mic. Just to be a bit more granular on the container units, you've got dry goods, you've got refrigerated, and you've got frozen. What kind of percentage are you talking about each? And I think you said that, that there would be a number of hours that they would be there. And the other issue is you're likely, whatever it is, to have to go through 2 roads to get to this location. What time of the evening or the day, or what's your driving hours likely to be taking these goods away?
That's Councillor Bray. Mr. Slowey.
Sorry, the containers, if there's containers, which you refer as reefers, if there is any in the park, they will be empty. They will not be dry, they will not be running, they will not be frozen, because effectively everything that we move has a delivery schedule on it, so there's not a time frame to hold stuff. The operating hours, we're a 24-hour business. We work for the retailers, which means we move all Marks and Spencers, we move all Tesco's. We're the sole supplier to the north of Ireland for Tesco's chilled. We're sole supplier for DPD to north of Ireland and a third of south of Ireland. We're sole supplier to Yodel for the north of Ireland. We carry in Moy Park, we carry in product for people that effectively, it's a retail product. So our operating centre in Portadown is manned every day, including Christmas Day, so it is there. The driver's hours that you've discussed will be principally around the shipping schedule through the port of Kinrarn. So we have vehicles leaving in the morning at 10 o'clock to go and lift trailers come off the 10 o'clock ferry. But we are talking about a small centre of our drivers. We today employ 415 drivers, so we do. We're talking about 50 drivers to 60 drivers that currently live in Stranraer that would have the use of parking their truck or their car in the area discussed today for them to go home to their loved ones and come back again. This is not that we bring our whole workforce to the port or our trailers. That's not the proposal, so it's not.
Thank you, Mr. Floyd. Councillor Bray.
No, that's fine, Chair.
Thank you for that, Councillor Bray. Councillor Slater.
Yes, I'd just like you, thank you for coming today to speak to us. It's very good. I think that you have to be commended for the work that you've probably done and the business that you've built over that long period of time. But the situation is, it seems that the people of Stranraer would probably accept a lorry park, but not there, and that's the main contentious issue that we have. Thank you.
I think that was more of a statement, but I'll maybe respond to that if you like, Mr. Sloy, but briefly.
Apologies, I didn't quite catch what you said. Apologies.
Into the mic, Councillor Slater.
Sorry?
Into the mic.
It's okay. Yes, I would just like to thank you for coming here today to give your time to speak to us and the committee. And it's commendable that the work that you do throughout the country and the business you've built up probably over many, many years. But the situation is that the people of Stranraer would probably accept a park, but not in that position. And that's really the crux of the matter, really. Thank you.
It was a statement, Mr. Sloy, but I'll let you have a chance to respond to that but briefly, just because it wasn't a question.
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much. I appreciate your gesture. The first person we employed from Stranraer was in 1998. I'd asked if you employed 3 drivers in 1998. The first man was a man called Gimme McLennans. He still works for us occasionally today, and he's 74 years of age. So he is. I respect what you say about the people of Stranraer, because I respect them too. Today we employ over 60 people from Stranraer and the local community, and they're great employees, they're great members of staff, they're advocates for our business and for our industry, so they are. Speaking to them and the local community, because whenever I went to the meeting in June last year, 2 years ago, I asked, where else would you suggest that we put this operation, even if it is for a short term, like 3 years? Nobody's come back with any suggestion in the local Stranraer community where we could put it other than there at the moment. Stannon Line are really concerned that nobody has put a bid or an effort in to buy the property, and the opportunity for them to have to secure that whole pier again is going to cost them hundreds of thousands of pounds. So we were to take responsibility for that key area and enhance it. It might encourage other people to come into it, like your £50 million investment, because we do bring, professionalism to our organisation, understanding sponsorship of local communities and working with local communities.
Mr. Sloy, draw you to a conclusion.
Sorry, that's
got a wee bit off the question. Well, the statement.
Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Hill looking to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, a lot of my questions have been answered. Councillor Carruthers asked the question about your long-term vision, and with it only being for 3 years. If it is only for 3 years, how will that then affect the employees from your company in Stranraer, because they'll get used to having their own hub within the community and somewhere to park their lorries, but then what happens to them? And my next question was, have you looked at alternatives, or is there an alternative? Because you did state that, you don't want to pull out of Kenryan. But could that be a possibility if you don't get the go-ahead today, or do you have a contingency plan for where these lorries could potentially then be parked in the cars to support the drivers and the jobs within Stranraer, please?
Mr. Slowey.
Have we looked for other areas? Yes, we have. Is there other areas available today of that kind of surface and environment? No, there's not. Can one be created in the next 3 to 5 years? Possibly with the help of the council. Where they'd be on the Link Road or towards Link Road out of Kenryan would be. Has that been looked at recently? Yes, last week. This is something we're not taking as lightly. Have we increased our employee numbers percentage in GB over Scotland? Yes, we have. Why? Because we can have no certainty of this route to market for our business. So in the last 2 years from this conflict has come up, because Stana and us went into agreement with the land 2 years ago. We had confidence in growing our driver base here to 100 drivers. Now we've increased our English operation from 40 drivers to 89 drivers. So we're centralising more on the English driver till we get certainty that we have a position in the marketplace in Scotland to serve our customers. So we are at a point commercially where we have to think with our feet. Do you understand me? We can't keep putting money into Stranraer if we're not going to be welcome to Stranraer. We're going to go in to do a job, provide employment and enhance the area. If it's a 3-year project, that's brilliant. But we're also looking outside the Link Road, but as though we have to look towards England. Do you understand me? And that's bad for Stranraer, so it is. That's £2.5 million of wages that disappear.
That's right, Mr. Sloy. Councillor Hill, are you happy with that response?
Yeah, I've got a response whether I'm happy with it or not is another matter, but I'll consider that myself. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, members. I have no other hands up in the room. Councillor Beretti, you were looking to ask questions about the drainage, I believe. Officers' questions. You were going to ask questions of the applicant. Are you wanting to raise them now? Yeah.
Yeah, from memory, that site is leaning away from the road down towards the shoreline. What would you be looking at doing to try and help the collection of any material that comes off that site, as tractor units, when they start up, are not very efficient, and there is likely to be a little bit of diesel coming out of the exhaust system. So how would you relate, or how would you deal with it?
Mr. Sloy.
We run today 320 Euro 6 engines. So Euro 6 engine is the most compliant on fuel and has the least impact environment. To put that into context, we recently won the Sainsbury's contract for Northern Ireland, supplying Sainsbury's Direct. Our fleet is 18% more greener than any fleet in the British Isles because we have run Euro 6s. The smoke doesn't come out through an exhaust box any longer, it comes out through an AdBlue diffusion filter system, which actually means that if you look at on a pie chart or look on a bar graph, it is about 2% of pollution versus trucks that were 20 years of age. So it is. So 2% versus 100% in 20 years. So that, going back to our environmentalists, we are the first haulage company to operate a refrigerated vehicle in the Northern Hemisphere, which works on a kinetic energy created by the second axle of the fridge motor. So there's no diesel consumption used in the fridge at all. And that's the way our business is leaning towards electric fridges, so it is. So I don't know if I answered your question or not, but the lorries themselves are exceptionally green, so they are. In fact, whenever they go to in front of a committee, they get recognition for that there.
That's right, Mr. Sloy. I think the question was on the ignition of the lorries and...
That's right, that is the ignition. When the lorry's turned on, it goes through a diffuser system called an AdBlue box. It takes all the particles out of it, so the emissions is less than 2%. So cars are actually more polluting than my lorry is today.
Right, thanks for that. Members, do we have any more questions for the applicant today? No. I've got a question, Mr. Sloy. We've heard various objectors raise the idea of conditions, and one of them was a condition on the number of lorries or HGVs that could be parked here. Would you accept a condition like that, or what do you think would be a feasible, or what, if we were to implement a condition, what would you look at in that sense?
If I was honest with you, if every lorry was parked in that park, I wouldn't have a business to run. So there will not be, that number of vehicles is there to allow for it, like for Christmas Day, when the vehicles are not working, if you understand me. But during our operational efficiency, our trucks do about 2,000 kilometres per week. So they operate 6 days a week and 5 days the following week. So there would never be a stage, there would be more than probably 20 to 28 trucks parked in that area, except Christmas Day, when the fleet slows down.
That's right. So from what you're saying, their condition limiting the number of lorries to the amount of spaces you have got would be feasible and acceptable.
As long as there was recognition for that one day in the year, Christmas Day.
Thank you. You have another question that should come through, Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, sorry for being so late, and I hope I haven't missed this earlier. But you know, the question I was going to ask earlier was in relation to the 3 years and the investment that was going to go into it. What plans are there for beyond the 3 years? Because obviously there'll still be the same demand, there'll still be the same need. So, you know, are you planning that far ahead, and what is your intentions? Thanks.
Mr. Sloy, I will invite you to answer that again, but I believe that's already been answered about 3 times so far. So if we could be brief.
Apologies.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I missed one point about the site. all sites, and I've researched the pier we're talking about was constructed, I believe, in 1952 to 54, so it was. And there was interceptors put into it at the time that all the rainfall goes through interceptors that actually, if you understand, it's a channel within a channel within a channel, and it separates the oil and the grit from it there. So we would have an opportunity to look at the interceptors on site to see if they're still of standard of today's expectation, and also get them cleaned out, because they would catch if there's any filtration of diesel, as well as that a point was made about lorries losing diesel. If lorries lose diesel, they're not on the roads today. We operate within an environment there where our trailers and trucks are MOT'd and inspected every 8 weeks. We run a fleet that's 3.5 years of age on average age profile. We do not have leaks from it because we would be stopped on English motorways, and we would be fined if we had any leakage of oil, diesel, or anything from our trucks. So, you know, I would like anybody who wishes to come to our sites in Belfast or Portadown or Scammerdale to see how we operate in preparation for this year, if it helps anybody get confidence in how we operate as a professional organisation. But there's interceptors on that site in Stranraer, I believe.
Thanks, Mr. Foley. And just to answer Councillor McFarlane's question quite briefly, because I do know that it has been touched on before, on the 3 years and the economic viability of your 3-year plan here.
As lately as last week, there was a committee here in Scotland looking at other options other than Cairnryan. Stena as a business own that port, and today are quite concerned as what is going to happen to it in the future. And what I suggested was that we got a temporary license for 3 years. We operate with that license with the objectivity of looking towards another point between Cairnryan and the Link Road, which would be possibly with the help of the local council, built and established within a 3 to 5 year time frame, 3 being very most recent and 5 always been delayed. But Stena's point, as lately as this morning, they rang me whilst in this meeting to ask, what is the time frame for the enhancement? Is it 3 years so we can work in conjunction with each other? That we actually could be leaving the environment as you enhance it? Is there a start date on any developments?
Thanks for that, Mr. Sloan. That was briefer. Councillor McFarlane, did that answer the question?
Yeah, that's sufficient. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor McFarlane. I've got Councillor Drysdale looking to ask a question.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. I appreciate Man Freight has it's a huge operation and the logistics are complex. At the moment, can I assume that you do not currently have the 20 to 28 HGVs coming in and out? This would be a proposed increase to your fleet management, or are those vehicles currently coming into Stranraer and being parked elsewhere? Thanks very much.
Mr. Slowey.
Today, the vehicles are still operated by drivers from the Stranraer community. The majority of them park their trucks and Stena's complex within the new port of Cairnryan. Last night, when I went off the harbour, I counted 7 of my vehicles that were in the local community of the car park stroke the proposed site that were parked up for what I consider a daily rest period of 9 hours before going out on the journey plan, which was early hours of this morning, so it was. So to answer your question, we park in Cairnryan, but there's not enough space for people to park their cars. It's a congested area. There has to be a health and safety consideration there, and that's why we first looked at the site to move towards Stranraer, identify a niche group of local employees that would benefit by being close to base point, and giving them an area to safe parking to take the pressure off Cairnryan as well. So this enhances both Stranraer but also potentially Cairnryan too.
That's that, Mr. Slowey. Are you happy with that response, Councillor Drysdale?
Yes, thank you very much.
That's for that. Now, I have no more questions for the applicant, and I have no more questions online or in the room. So, Mr. Slowey, thank you for joining us. You've been robust in your... I will ask governance. No, we can't accept that at this time, unfortunately. Thank you. So, members, moving on, we come into session, but I am very aware of the time that we're at and that we've been going for 2.5 hours now. I'm going to call a quick comfort break for 15 minutes, members, before we go into session. So that would bring us back here for 20 past 1. Members, thank you for indulging me on a quick comfort break. So we're now in session, members. Do we have anyone wishing to speak? I've got nobody online and nobody in the room wishing to speak. So members, Councillor Hill.
Hi, yeah, I have concerns over when I asked my question regarding if this didn't go ahead today, how would it affect Manfrey working in Stranraer and using Kenryan Point? And the response I got led me to thinking, are we going to lose potential jobs within Stranraer over the next 3 years if this doesn't go ahead? I'm a bit surprised that there hasn't been an alternative put forward by the council, like somewhere up at Black Parks. So I'm kind of wondering whether if we were minded to support this today with certain conditions for the 3 years, so that the East Pier, this is my ward, so that the East Pier is tidied up in the interim, because obviously I am concerned that it is part of the place plan and it is part of the, you know, waterfront. In these 3 years, is something else going to be done with the East Pier to tidy it up? And are we going to lose jobs? Those are my concerns at the moment. Thanks.
So we're in session now, Councillor Hill, so nobody can really answer the questions, unfortunately, unless the officers can offer anything, but I don't think there's anything for the officers in there. So moving on to Councillor Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I've got a couple of concerns if we're minded to approve this application. The first one, going back to page 45 in the report, where it clearly says about 2/3 of the way down in the last paragraph 4.16, whilst permission for a haulage yard in perpetuity is clearly unacceptable when considering the long-term vision for the East Pier, a shorter-term temporary permission would not compromise these objectives. Now, if there was further applications, and I think we did get advice from officers earlier that we could request that it comes back to this committee, I would expect that to be the case, or I would put that forward if we are minded to approve this application. And the other concern that I had, and it's been raised by several members, is the operating times. Now, for what I could pick up from the applicant was that it's driven by their customers, so any movements could be within a 24-hour period, which seems a bit bizarre. But if there was a directive or a condition, rather, an operating times condition between 7 and 7 or 7 and 10 or whatever it is, I'd be a little bit more comfortable if we're minded to approve that. But I'm happy to listen to other discussions from other members. Thanks.
That's right, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Crothers.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll just put my thoughts out there. It's kind of similar to Councillor Campbell at the moment. So it is on balance. That's been spoken about already. Kind of touched on that. So you have got the potential, I suppose, risk around about the level of employment's already there, and it's been there in the case it's been put forward. This has been asked for on a temporary basis, but you've got real concerns coming from the community as well. The points are picked up on, and they could be conditioned, fair enough, but whether it's noise pollution, air pollution, vibration, whether it's, I don't think the contamination of the surface water or the seas really an issue. Come back to be whether it's interceptor traps, but the design, a drainage design put forward if that's required, if what's already in place isn't up suffice. I mean, I think if I'm struggling with it because it is on balance. I could go over either way. For me, I mean, there's a real risk to from an economic point of view, but the genuine vision that's been put out there by the community, going through its real different plans, master plans, fostering that, I'm finding that difficult against the economic impact that it could have, as in the detrimental. That's where I am, Chair, in real terms. So it is up for approval. That's the professional recommendation over the next 3 years. My fear is that if we approve it today, then we're back here in 3 years' time. And again, I would agree, if it was to be approved today, it would be the caveat we remove any future applications coming forward on this site from delegated authority. So it would just have to come to the council to be determined. But very much up in the air with this one, Chair. I could swing either way, to be quite honest. But no, it's one of the probably more difficult ones. I've been in front of for a while. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As I mentioned in my first comments, you know, previously this has been a car park. Before that, it was a lorry park. We're talking about a short-term use. And if people do have concerns about it being extended beyond that, and as Councillor Carruthers has said, and as has been mentioned by other officers, you know, that can come back to us. We can make a stipulation that that does come back to us, that it's not given to delegated. And then I see that the opportunities that this affords the town in way of employment and economic generation. You know, it's only taking a step back to what we had previously. It is for short term. It will generate revenue which can be invested into the town and help towards achieving the overall vision. So, I mean, I don't know if we're in a situation where we want to make any recommendations, but if we were, then I would recommend we go with officers' proposals. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McFarlane. Councillor Drysdale.
Thanks very much, Chair. I've not contributed much to the debate, but I've been listening intently. And from my perspective, I feel we should, I would like to submit a motion, sorry, to refuse the change of use under the principle of development, but that can come later after we've had more discussions. I don't feel it does meet LDP policy OP1 under a number of material considerations, which I can go into should I want to proceed down that route. But also my thoughts are that we really have to, as a council, work really hard and request that members would consider a condition to that, because we are looking for a much needed and suitable lorry park and an alternative site across the whole of Dumfries and Galloway. We're seeing it time and time again. And there is another suitable area, but obviously that's not up to me to look into that. That's up to the council. And I do think we need the council's support on that, with suitable vision invested into a project such as that. And that would include overnight sleeping, toilets, suitable waste management and parking to protect our HGV drivers and our economy. But I can come back later with a suitable motion that members can consider, and obviously check with David Sutty if he thinks it's an apt motion. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Beretti.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. What was interesting was, up until the point that it was clarified that none of the containers were going to be on, even if they were refrigerated or frozen, which effectively takes away an awful lot of the potential environmental and noise pollution. The fact also that it is a Euro 6 lorry, which is about €3 more than I used to drive, does make a huge difference. I can understand that. I do think that historic pollution that's on site will still be there, and unfortunately, irrespective of how good a lorry or how good a vehicle is, there will always be some contamination, even from cars coming in parking. As it happens, living in that part of the world, I frequently see man freight vehicles and containers parked up for the night in all sorts of locations, in Newton Stewart, along the road at the 75 and parking lanes. So it's something that they already do. And I've also seen tractor units parked up on the marina site quite frequently, 4 or 5, and the drivers are there taking their 9 hours break. So there is already the vehicles going into Stranraer. If they are centralised in one area, it would probably free up a lot of the other areas, and that might be useful. And I think in a number of times that the A75 has been closed because of accidents, another one yesterday. So it may well be beneficial to have this site in Stranraer, from my opinion. So I don't, like with most of the other councillors, I wouldn't want this to be permanent, because the Marina project is crucial not just to Stranraer, but to the whole of that area of Wigtonshire and Dumfries and Galloway. But on the basis of what I've heard, I would be in favour of the project.
That's that, Councillor Beretti. Councillor Stephen Thompson.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so I mean, I think on balance, I think, and given the sort of 3-year nature of this, I think the gain outweighs the potential detriment, and I'd be happy to support. I think there is something about that we do have to see this come back to this planning committee after that period. But I think in terms of what we're meant to be doing here, in terms of what it represents, in terms of whether it's a development gain, workforce, the use of a derelict site, and at the end of the day, it's two businesses negotiating something with each other. I think the master plan and the place plan carry some weight, obviously, in the community, but it's aspirational rather than actual. And I think I think that clearly needs more work, and that means more time. But at the moment, I would say that there's a definite gain here to have something in place that's productive rather than nothing in place and a maybe. So I think I would be happy to go with the officer's recommendation, subject to the fact that it comes back to this committee after 3 years. And I think Councillor Campbell meant something about hours of operation, but I wouldn't want to be too restrictive on that if it impacts on the operation of the actual business. And I think the representative did speak about it's mainly in line with the ferry operations, etc. So there's maybe some kind of aspect of that that could be dealt with sensitive to that, but maybe that does try and mitigate 24-hour use, but within reason, so that the business can actually operate the way it's meant to operate, I think. Thank you. So if Councillor McFarlane had put that forward as a motion, then I'm happy to second that, if that's where we're at. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Archie-Dryburgh.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And it's been a long time on this particular plan, and rightly so, because of the Stranraer waterfront plannings and the place plans and all that sort of thing going on as well. But this is for 3 years, and it says that in the recommendation number 1, it's granted for 3 years from the date of this planning permission, and all temporary buildings, security lights, columns, access shall be removed from the site within 1 month of the date of the expiry of this permission. So my looking at this is there's a short-term, there's a short-term gain for employment within the Stranraer area, and I'd be happy to go with the officer's recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Dryburgh. Any other members? Councillor Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. Just thanks for letting me back in. Just maybe a point of clarity, and I hope Mr Sutty can help us out, and Councillor Thompson mentioned it anyway, is about the movement of vehicles. I mean, if we were to put a condition on that, what would be a reasonable condition? I know it's hard to try and fathom that one out, because, yeah, if it's between the times of the ferries, there's no real issue there. But, I mean, if it's happening throughout the night, and then there could be an issue. That's a point. So I'm looking for a bit of clarity on what would be reasonable. Thank you.
David?
I was rather hoping you weren't going to ask that question. Yes, I did pick up on that comment from the applicant that it was a 24-hour operation as a business, but they are driven primarily by the ferry times, which is entirely understandable. I would struggle to find a way of actually producing a wording that actually is competent, that requires it to be around ferry times, because ferry times can change. So I don't know. Bounce this one to Laura. Is it something you think you could competently condition?
In a short answer, no. However, if the evil, so to speak, that you're trying to condition against is noise and disruption, would members consider that that's already catered for through the provision of statutory nuisance? Because if you've got noise at a level which is injurious to health, then it would be passed over to the Environmental Health Department of the Council to investigate, rather than look to condition it.
Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to put any unreasonable conditions, so I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Slater.
Yes, Chair, it's quite a difficult one. It's against obviously what's going to happen to that area. Hopefully that area will be changed in time into a more pleasing place for the people of Stranraer and beyond. I think, as others have spoken, a 3-year period, then a decision would have to be made again, and obviously these conditions that are put in as well. I think at this stage, for employment and the use of the land is a derelict state at the moment, I'd probably have to agree with it going ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sam. Councillor Dreiser, I'm just going to come in before you, just as a second speaker. So I'm going to come in and I'm going to propose a refusal, but I'm going to caveat it very much, so I'm going to put this out there. It's a very heavy decision for me. It's not an easy decision for me, Mr. Slowey, and I would like to have a discussion with you outside of this committee on how the council can support you in Stranraer to deliver a long-term plan, but I don't feel like this is it, and I'll tell you for why. The proposed development, even on a temporary basis, would be contrary to the aims and objectives of the National Planning Framework 4, which identifies the site as part of the Stranraer Gateway, one of the 18 national developments, which is described as an opportunity to consolidate and bring new impetus to regenerate this strategically located settlement. The proposal would also be contrary to the aims and objectives of the Stranraer Waterfront Urban Design Strategy and Master Plan, and All Rise on the Tide, a place plan for Stranraer, which are material considerations of significant weight, and to me, they outweigh a temporary 3-year plan. But outside of the plan committee and outside of that, I'm committed to address that with you if you would come to me after this. Thank you. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. I don't know if you were presenting that as an amendment or just a statement, so I'll second it as an amendment, but I'd also like to add my own thoughts. Is that acceptable to yourself?
Yeah, give us your own thoughts.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to submit an amendment to refuse change of use under principle of development for your MPF 4 comments, which I do agree with, and that the application fails to meet LDP2 policy OP1, as it's not compatible with the character and amenity of the area and conflicts with nearby land uses. The material considerations include noise and vibrations, odour and fumes, plus emissions, including dust, dirt and pollution, plus also potential pollution to water, air, soil and light. I'd also like to add that the application does detract from the dynamic place plan objectives and the future developments and ambitious plans for the Stranraer waterfront. However, I would like to request that members would consider a condition for a much needed permanent and alternative lorry park site, which you have alluded to, Chair. This needs to be nearby, which would meet the urgent needs of our HGV drivers and our hugely important haulier businesses, which we much admire and respect. And I'd like to include that we need suitable parking for their cars, overnight sleeping, sustainable toilet provision and suitable waste management. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. I'm happy to accept the comments, although the first part of what you added there I don't think is relevant, sadly, with OP1, because there's currently a plan permission on this to be a ferry port, which could open up tomorrow, which would cause more vibration, noise and leakage, etc. So I don't think we can cover that, and I'll ask David to come in and confirm that.
Thank you, Chair. That was exactly my very thoughts, that whilst the amendment that you put forward clearly, in my view, does, you would probably have to still evidence it, but I think that is competent. I would be very wary of mentioning OP1 simply because of the existing authorised use. It's, as Chris said earlier, it's very unlikely that it would be reopened as a ferry port, but that nonetheless in planning terms is the existing authorised use. So there has been a period of 13 to 14 years where that activity has not been taking place, but the use hasn't been abandoned as such. So for those reasons, I would probably suggest that you veer away from using the OP1. In terms of the other bit about, it would really be, I think, an action for this committee to refer to probably the E&I committee or to officers and members to liaise to try and find a suitable alternative site. It's not something which this committee can clearly deal with, but it could be a suggestion and an action that you can put forward.
Yeah, I would like that to be absolutely in our actions, and I hope that the local councillors will take it up separately to find something, arrange something suitable for it. Tracy, will we go to the vote? Oh, Councillor Heslop.
Just in the back of what Mr Sutty said there with regard to contacting E&I as an action, I was just wondering if both the motion and the amendment would consider to include that, because I think with a 3-year temporary solution, we need to move quick on this as a council from an economic development proposal to make sure that if there are other suitable areas that could be converted to a haulage yard, that's what's happening, to allow it to go, move forward. Whether it's approved or not approved, we need to make sure that something like this does happen for the Stranraer area.
So on the back of that, Councillor Heslop, most reports that we have a agree 2.1 and then a 2.2, for example. Is it possible to add this as like the decision of the committee on the application as a 2.1 or wherever we are in here in the recommendations, and then add an extra point to make sure that that is actually a part of the minute? I will pass over to governance.
Thanks, Chair. My advice would be to keep it as an action. Like David Sutty said, it's not for this committee to instruct another department to carry out anything, but we can certainly put that request through Economic Development team that they do look into this, and it's been raised by members of this committee, but would be my advice to keep it as an action rather than a minuted decision. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Tracy. Moving on, Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me back in. Yes, I'd like to endorse Councillor Hislop's valid points. I think that's well made. And just to confirm that, I would second your amendment with policy NPF 4, and thanks, David, for the guidance.
Thanks for that, Councillor Drysdale. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, again, it was just on Councillor Hislop's point, and I think, as always, it's a bit tricky in this committee, as we've often been advised that we have to deal with the planning matters usually. But if we can include that as an action and a sort of tracked action from this committee to do that, I don't see why we wouldn't do that. I'm sure we should be doing it actually already without a decision from this committee, given the significance that we're hearing about the place plan and all the work that's going into that. So if this helps strengthen that, then happy to include that as part of hopefully the whole committee can agree that no matter what the outcome of any motion or amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. So members, without any more contributions, Tracy, will we go to the vote?
Thank you, Chair. So the motion is proposed by Councillor McFarlane, seconded by Councillor Thompson, and that's to approve the application as per the report and the conditions detailed in the report, and also agree that any future applications at this location be brought back to this committee for determination. The amendment proposed by Councillor Giusti, seconded by Councillor Drysdale, is to refuse the application on the grounds that the proposed development, even on a temporary basis, would be contrary to the aims and objectives of National Planning Framework 4, which identifies the site as part of the Stranraer Gateway, one of 18 national developments, which is described as an opportunity to consolidate and bring new impetus to regenerate this strategically located settlement. The proposal would also be contrary to the aims and objectives of the Stranraer Waterfront Urban Design Strategy and Master Plan, and All Rise on the Tide, a place plan for Stranraer, which are material considerations of significant weight. So I'll proceed to the vote, Chair.
Amendment.
Councillor Baretti.
Motion.
Councillor John Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Ian Crothers.
Amendment.
Councillor Davis.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Dryborough.
Motion.
Councillor Drysdale.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Hill.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Hislop.
Amendment.
Councillor Maureen Johnston.
Amendment.
Councillor Jordan.
Motion, please.
Councillor Lowe.
Motion.
Councillor McFarlane.
Motion.
Councillor Slater.
Motion.
And Councillor Thompson.
Motion.
So the motion is carried 8 votes to 7, so the application has been approved. And we've got the action noted as well, and any future applications will come back to this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, members, for that. Members, before we go on to item 7, Mr. Slowey, I would still like to discuss that with you outside this committee with the local members of Stranraer. I think that will leave that invitation open to you. So members, moving on to item 7. We'll take item 7 then go to the lunch because we have another speaker. I hope it will be quick. So, members, item 7, land to the north of Milton Mill, Dunscombe, applications for planning permission in principle for residential development 250054/PIP. It's a local application. And I would like to invite our officer to present, please, which is Claire Eckstein.
Thank you, Chair. You got that thing here? Right, thank you. Right. The application site lies to the west of Dunscombe, at the junction between the C112 and the C37, which leads to Corsic, the A712. So this shows a site plan. We haven't got any indicative layout, the site area is approximately 2623 square metres. This shows the site with the shared access noted in yellow, which is noted in paragraph 1.3 of the report, and the contaminated land areas, which is noted in 1.6 of the report, and this is linked to the site of the old mill dam. This shows location plan with the dwelling house names marked on it on the aerial photograph, with the small building group of Milton to the southwest, and the other small building group, which is highlighted in paragraph 4.14 of the report of Skelston Bank. These are the photographs showing the frontage of the site, obviously with the C112 Milton Mill to the left and the C37N to the right. And this is obviously the junction of the C37N, we've got the house Macrahanish to the right and the application site to the left, just behind the dyke wall. And then this is looking at Macrahanish to the north of the C37 field, which is south of the C37N. The application site itself is to the left of that junction. And then we've got the application to the right of the junction of the thing, and I've marked on the various houses with Milton Mill, Milton Cottage, and Burnside, I think it is. And then there's a field gate there as well. And this is just the existing shelter, which lies opposite Macrahanish and Sliavensky, I think it's called, to the right, and looking northwards along the C37N. And then this is the application site, which is to the right. So we've got Sliavensky and Macrahanish, which is part of the Skelston Bank small building group, and then Milton small building group to the background. And then panning right from the previous one, so we're looking towards the southwest across the application site. The trees which run along the Glen Estlin burn with the telegraph pole, just that provides you a sort of indication of the northern boundary of the application site itself. And then this is the southern boundary of the application site. This is the shared gated access, which I noted in the previous slide, which was highlighted in yellow, which provides access to Milton Mill to the right. And then, so those are the photographs themselves. Just to quickly go through, the proposal is for residential development, but as highlighted in the report and representations, there is a lack of supporting information which has been submitted with the application to allow the proposal to properly assess. This includes numbers to assess whether we need any developer contribution requirements, the foul drainage arrangements, access arrangements, ground conditions, contaminated land, which I've set out in the reason for refusal number 2. And then also that the proposal has been assessed against the Housing and Countryside Policies H3 and Policy 17 of the NPF4 on rural housing. And it's not considered to either be well related to either the small building group of Milton, Dunsker, and the recently assessed and identified building group of Skelston Bank. Therefore, the principle cannot be accepted and the application is refused as set out in the reasons for refusal number 1 in the report.
Thank you, Claire. Members, questions for the case officer? Councillor Crothers.
It's just a question. It's on the second reason for refusal, Claire, and the validation process is what I'm just trying to marry the two up. It's been through a validation process, the application, and it's been obviously successful. So it's going through the process now to be determined. I thought the validation, so when it comes to that particular point, I lack information, I thought it should have been scored off at that point, just to get an understanding of that.
Yes, there is a validation process for all planning applications. There is a limited amount of information that allows it to get through that validation process. We can then request additional information, which we call regulation, sending out a regulation 24 letter. The agent in this instance decided that they didn't wish to provide this additional information, so I've had to obviously give a reason for refusal of that. And obviously the first reason for refusal is actually the principle of the proposal, that it didn't meet with it being within a small building group.
Councillor Crothers.
That's it. No, that's fine. That explains it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions for the case officer? I have no hands up in the room and I have no hands up online. So members, without more questions, we'll move on to the objector, which is Dr. Dawn Kenrick, and you're joining us on Microsoft Teams. There we go. Dawn's on the screen, Dan.
Hello, hello.
Dawn, you'll have 3 minutes to give us your statement. I will advise you when you have 30 seconds to go. And if you just stay online, you may have questions to answer from the members after your statement. Just whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm Dawn Kenrick. I live at Milton Mill, which is the property that shares a boundary with this site. And I'm speaking sort of on behalf of myself and the neighbours in the hamlet. I'm not a planning expert, but obviously this has been mentioned. There's a complete lack of detail in the plans that have been submitted. There's just sort of the land registry plot. So from our point of view, myself and my neighbours, how can any judgment be made on quality of design or the impact on our hamlet or on the natural environment? So that was a big red flag for us. Obviously, they were asked for more information and they haven't submitted anything. So that, again, that's not helpful. They haven't done their homework because we don't have mains drainage. I know this is in the report. So they need septic tanks. They need to be a distance away from the property. There's also huge impact on privacy for my neighbours because the properties will be directly facing a garden. Roads are a concern, but I know the roads department have submitted a report on that. So it's single track roads that, you know, myself and my neighbours, we walk, we cycle, we run on these roads, use this junction every day. There's farm traffic, wood lorries, lots of near misses. So that would be, we don't know because the plans don't exist. We don't know where the entrances to the houses would be. Parking, all that would eat away at their sort of possible site. There's no street lights there. I mean, lastly, it's a small hamlet, and this would, you know, it risks being overdeveloped and changing the character. And that would be sort of my final point. But thank you for producing such a thorough report. And thank you, Chair and Committee, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Dr. Kenrick.
Right.
Members, do we have any questions for Dr. Kenrick? You look like you're getting off lightly, Dr. Kenrick. I don't think there's any questions for you. There you go.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, members, that moves us into session. Do members have any opinions? I've got Councillor Dryborough.
I would agree with the recommendations of the report, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dryborough. Councillor Campbell.
Happy to second Councillor Driver.
Thank you. Councillor Hislop.
Chair, similarly minded, but I remember when we had the first small buildings group, coalescence of a small buildings group, and I would think this would join the two of them together, so it would coalesce them. So that would be an old, I can't remember if it was structure plan policy and local and area plans, and this still local plan, or whether it was the first LDP, but that's one that we used to been here too long maybe, but I agree exactly with what has been said.
Thank you, Councillor Hislop. Other members otherwise minded? No. Tracy, would you like to go? Oh, Councillor Slater.
Yes, just I agree with that decision. Thank you.
Tracy, would you like to go over the decision, please?
Thank you, Chair. Members have agreed to refuse the application on the grounds detailed in the report.
Thank you, members. Members, we will now break for lunch. That's us ready to resume, and we're on to item 9. Clouds Hill Wind Farm, located approximately 4.5 kilometres south of Sankar and approximately 4 kilometres south-east of Kirkconnell. Oh, sorry, it's item number 8. It's wrong in my sheet. It's wrong in my sheet. Item number 8, Cloud Hill Wind Farm, located approximately 4.5 kilometres south of Sankar and approximately 4 kilometres south-east of Kirkconnell. Consultation regarding an application made under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 for erection of 10 wind turbines, maximum tip height 180 metres, on-site substation, access tracks, electrical infrastructure, temporary construction compound, up to 3 borrow pits, a permanent anemometer mast, maximum height 100 metres, and an associated works. And this is application 23/2155/S36. And there's no eligible speakers for today on this item. So members will pass over to our officers who will take us through the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Make sure I'm being heard okay. Just to affirm, the recommendation is to raise no objection to this consultation by Scottish ministers. But in the event that that's accepted, a series of conditions is recommended to be included if the committee is in agreement with the recommendation. Looking at the location plan, it includes a 3.5 kilometre stretch of the Southern Upland Way. It's 805 hectares in area, generally on open moorland. All of the development components, such as turbines, tracks and infrastructure, lie northwest of the Southern Upland Way route. And the turbine area is focused on the Mid-Rig and Cloud Hill summit areas. This is an interim site layout plan, not current. Until March 2025, the scheme included a battery energy storage system component, which most recently was proposed to be at the summit of Wing Head, southeast of the Southern Upland Way. That element has now been removed from the scheme. And Abby, would you mind just zooming in to the bottom of the slide, please? Thank you. You can see the lowest yellow rectangle there. That's the battery energy storage system, which I'll call BESS from now on, which is no longer in the scheme. And you'll also note T8, which is also deleted from the scheme. And you'll also note in the bottom left-hand corner T1, which has been relocated to the north. Thanks, Evie. This is your current layout, which was amended in March this year. It shows the scheme which no longer includes the BESS element. And it reflects that the substation, which is in blue, and again, I'm going to have to ask you to zoom in, please, Abby, has retreated to its original position. The borrow pits proposed are shown in orange. There's only 2 on this slide at the moment, but there are 3 in total, and these are the 2 most noteworthy because they're just northwest of the Southern Upland Way, between Wing and Wing Head. And again, you can see on this plan that the T8, which was there before, has gone, and the BESS facility has also been deleted. The small blue triangle towards the middle top is where the substation is now proposed, and that was originally proposed in 2023, and the location was moved up to Wing Head with the BESS, and then following deletion of the BESS element, the substation was moved back down to Wing. So there's nothing up at Wing Head now other than an existing track. This is to show you the abnormal loads route. It would use the C125N public road from, and forgive me if I don't say this right, Ilioch Bridge on the A76 to Ewley side, with road accommodation works at various points, including removal of vegetation and alterations to field enclosures. And temporary alterations to the listed Ilioch Bridge are proposed as part of the works. This is the proposed access junction off the C125N. It's a 9 metre by 158 metre visibility envelope relating to a new access just north of Ewleyside Farm. Goes around the back of the farm then to connect into existing tracks by the Southern Upland Way route. So Here we're looking at the zone of theoretical visibility, or the ZTV, for hub height of the proposed Cloud Hill wind turbines. It clearly shows that all of the turbine hubs are theoretically visible from quite a substantial part of the Upper Nith Valley, especially on the south-facing slopes and summits north of the A76, and from Sanker and Kirkconnell. Out with the 10-kilometre zone, visibility is limited to various locations, notably summits east of the site in the Lowther Hills, noting that the pink shading suggests visibility of all 10 hubs, more often than not when the wind farm is visible from these places. The next slide shows the landscape designations along with the zone of theoretical visibility. But this, please note, is to tip height rather than hub, so it will show more pink areas than the last one. The main thing to note is the proximity of the Thornhill Uplands Regional Scenic Area, which abuts the site boundary at the northwest end of the Scarwater Valley around Glenvargan. Viewpoints 5, 20 and 24 are within this designated landscape area, representing the Scarwater Valley locale, and a further 6 representative viewpoints within the LVIA, the Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment, are situated in the same quite extensive regional scenic area designation. These include Mennock Village on the A76 and locations on the public path network. This next one is to show you it's a ZTV map showing the potential aviation lighting. It's highly similar in terms of the potential hub lighting visibility to the earlier hub height ZTV for obvious reasons, because the aviation lighting is on the hub. This indicates that the lighting would be theoretically visible from a significant part of the Nith Valley around Sanker and Kirkconnell, but also from various valley and summit locations, mainly within 10 kilometres, but out to 20 kilometres in the Lowther Hills locale. And for your information, the lit turbines amongst these 10 are T1, T3, T7, T9 and T10. That has been clarified in the report. This next one is the ZTV combined with landscape character. I'll need you to zoom in on this one, please, Abby. This slide shows the entire turbine area to be well within the Southern Uplands landscape character area, number 19, on the map. It also shows that the highest levels of visibility, again bearing in mind this is a tip height ZTV, are in the Upper Nisdale Valley area, which is 9 on the map, thank you. And the host landscape character area is the Southern Uplands. The Upland Glen landscape character area relating to the Scarwater Valley is situated to the southeast. That's the number 10 on the map. And west of the site, the landscape transitions into Southern Uplands with forest. That's 19A. Oh, and the next one, thank you. And could you zoom in again, please? So Cloud Hill Wind Farm is shown in red in the centre of the screen. Operational schemes at Whiteside Hill, just to the west. Sanker, 20 Shilling, Sandy Now and Hare Hill are shown in black. They are operational. And consented schemes at Sanker 2, Glen Mucklock and Lethans, which are potentially just off this one, are shown in green. And the currently proposed schemes at Rowan Craig, Herds Hill, Yuckenhead and Lorg are shown in blue. The orange dots, just please note that they are schemes at the pre-application stage, so they may be in scoping or somewhere around that time. Thank you. Okay. This is a map showing the recreational routes in and around the area. It shows the main route of the Southern Upland Way, which is also a Scottish hill track and a heritage path, along its length within and adjacent to the site. It also identifies clearly in orange the recorded right-of-way east of the site running from Glenvargan to South Mains. This next one shows the Southern Upland Way within the site boundary. You'll need to note that this figure is out of date insofar as it still shows the original layout, but I didn't have an updated version to work with. However, it's useful as it shows how the initial 800 metres or so at the northern end would actually coincide with the Southern Upland Way in that narrow strip. And for the most part, the principal access route for vehicles is along existing tracks when it comes off the Southern Upland Way about 800 metres in from that top right corner. Your next figure is the shadow flicker map. It might be worth zooming in on that one, please. Essentially what it shows is that on the basis of the predicted effects from the current proposals, 3 properties may experience shadow flicker. These are Glen Maddy, which is top right, Yukon Filter Station House, and the house which is just opposite, whose name may be Glen Glass Cottage, but we're not entirely sure, and hopefully that will become clear during the presentation. The blue line, the outer blue line, indicates a 1.5 kilometre shadow casting area within the study area, and the houses, you could zoom out again please, Abby, thank you. The houses at Shiel and Polgown are just out with the shadow casting extent, and you can just about pick those up. Thank you very much. Super. Next one. This is a noise contour plot figure for it's intrinsic to the wind farm, and it includes T8 as was in. And again, I don't have an updated version of this, but given you've got a reduction in numbers of turbines, I'm happy to continue with a look at this one. It indicates that the properties at Shiel, Glen Maddy and Yukon Filter Station House and the unnamed house opposite are all within the 35 to 40 decibel zone as affected by Cloud Hill alone. That's 35 to 40. And then moving on, this is your cumulative noise contour plot. And essentially what it shows is that, actually, would you mind zooming on this one as well, please? Essentially, it shows that in terms of the operational, consented and proposed schemes, including Cloud Hill, properties at Polgown, Shiel, Yukon Filter Station House and the unnamed house opposite, and Glen Maddy are all within a 40 to 45 dBA cumulative noise zone. So that is, it's more so than if it were just Cloud Hill by itself, which is perhaps inevitable. Thank you. The next one, please. Simply the turbine elevation. Please note the tip height is 180 metres for all 10 of the turbines. The hub height is 105 metres and a 150 metre rotor diameter. The indicative foundation design shows that generally it would be a 20 to 25 metre diameter area. The ground level made flat in the foundation area using cut and fill methods as necessary. And I think, although it's not stated on the drawing, the foundation depth is to around 3 metres. Here is your permanent Met mast at 100 metres tall with the guy wires to tether it. That will be for gathering wind data. Indicative control buildings, 6.1 metres high, 10 by 12.5 metres external dimensions. And the indicative substation compound layout, which is 46 metres by 64, hosting control buildings, transformers, a generator and car parking. Moving on to the viewpoints. That says A75, I apologise, it's A76, I only picked that up yesterday. So for any reference to A75, please make it A76. This one is at the southern end of Sanker near the castle, looking southwest towards the turbines, the nearest of which would be T9 at 5.15 kilometre distance. This shows the existing view, which includes Whiteside Hill and Sanker turbines on the skyline, and the Sanker 2 turbines would be visible in this view coming in at 6.9 metres distance. They are visible in green. It might be worth just zooming in on that one, please. Mainly just so you can pick up on the green items, which are the Sanker 2. And could I just ask, when you're looking at the visualizations, anything in blue is another proposed scheme, and in the case of Cloud Hill, Rowan Craig pops up quite regularly, especially in the updated version of the Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment. But of course, that one has yet to come to committee, and it is further down the line. Thank you. Can I have the next one, please? In this one, both the wireline and the photo montage show existing operational turbines and proposed Cloud Hill turbines. Could you please just note the presence there of Sanker Castle in this view, which is a scheduled monument? In behind the farm there to the right, thank you. And the next one, please. These are always difficult to portray in the room with the light we've got. It might not be fully clear from this nighttime montage, but simple to say that all 5 of the proposed aviation hub lights would be visible above the horizon during hours of darkness. Moving on to viewpoint 2, and I'd like to just say I haven't got every single viewpoint in here. There are a number of selected ones which show things which are most relevant to your consideration. So this viewpoint is towards the northwest end of Sanker, and just on the edge of the town's conservation area, again looking southwest towards the turbines, with T9 being a little over 5 kilometres away. There are similar views here to the previous one of the existing Whiteside Hill and Sanker turbines, and again the likelihood that the Sanker 2 turbines will appear. And again here you have future views which would combine existing and proposed turbines, with Cloud Hill appearing more prominent in the existing development due to the taller turbines at 180 metres, and those are the ones in red. Viewpoint 3 takes you to Kirkconnell. The views here are south from the A76 towards the eastern edge of the settlement. The nearest turbine is again T9, which is 5.8 kilometres away. The Sanker turbines and Whiteside Hill are present on the skyline here. And 20 Shilling turbines, you can see to the left there, are visible at 8.8 kilometres away. You can just about pick them over in the left-hand side of the wireline. And this wireline and photo montage again shows the existing and proposed scenarios with the proposed Cloud Hill wind turbines and operational turbines. It doesn't show the consented or other proposed turbines. And similarly, this is the nighttime montage, not too easy to interpret, but all 5 of the hub lights would theoretically be visible from here, albeit you've got a bit more vegetation to work with. And if you just note at the top there, this is shown at 2000 candela, which is the higher of the 2 light intensity levels, generally where the conditions are not clear, so that aviation lighting needs to be visible to anybody who is in the civil aviation sort of arena. Okay, viewpoint 4 is moving towards the wind farm up the Yokenwater Minor Road. The viewpoint situated on the road which heads southwest from Sanker along the Yokenwater Valley, and the nearest turbine is 3.8 kilometres from this location. Whiteside Hill and Sanker turbines are most easily picked out from here, but you can see the Cloud Hill turbines there in red. In this one, the photo montage shows that the proposed Cloud Hill turbines would feature more prominently in the view than the existing turbines, again due to their greater dimensions. I think that's fairly easy to pick out. They are the ones in red. And this is the last of the nighttime montages, and what this shows is that 4 of the hub lights would be likely to be visible from this locale. So that means that one of them has disappeared behind the skyline. Moving on to viewpoint 5, this is at Shiel on the Scarwater Road. It's situated 6.5 kilometres southwest of Sanker, well along the Valley Road, and 2.5 kilometres further on than Glenvargan. It's within the Thornhill Regional Scenic Area and looks north and northwest towards the development, with T3, T4 and T7 being closest at approximately 1.4 to 1.5 kilometres distance. What this shows in the existing view and cumulative wireline is that no operational or consented turbines affect the direct views towards the horizon from here. And this daytime photo montage shows how T3, T4 and T7 in particular would affect this remote part of the region and the setting of the regional scenic area, which is the landscape in front of you as you look towards the turbines. Just to note, the turbines are not within the regional scenic area, but they abut it. Viewpoint 7 is on the Southern Upland Way, east of Sanker, fairly well frequented part of that path by locals and visitors. It's useful to observe the cumulative situation from here with 20 Shilling, Whiteside Hill, and Sanker and Sandyknowe wind farms all currently visible. It looks southwest towards the Cloud Hill turbines, the nearest of which would be 6.4 kilometres from here. And Cloud Hill would be the closest wind farm to this location on the Southern Upland Way when you're looking at all of the wind farms. Okay, on this one, I'd ask you to note in particular 20 Shilling off to the left and Sandyknowe off to the right-hand end, which is the small cluster of black turbines you can see right on the right-hand side of the slide. And here again, you've got the proposed cumulative scenario with Whiteside Hill adjacent and Sanker off to the right. Again, just operational and proposed, none of the consented or, sorry, Cloud Hill and operational, no consented or otherwise proposed schemes on this one. Moving to viewpoint 8 at Polgowan. The view from here looks northeast from the location on the Southern Upland Way, with T1 being the closest turbine at 1.43 kilometres. From this one, I'd ask you to note that the hubs of 2 turbines would be visible above the horizon. The left, the westernmost, sorry, the one towards the left of middle is T1, which has been relocated away. Previously, that one was, the hub was well above the horizon. It was one of the turbines that we negotiated on with the applicants. With this one, it's useful to note that there are other turbines in the view. If you look southeast from here, from the same location, you see Sanker 2 turbines coming into view. And again, if you look southwest, you've got Sanker 2 and other potential turbines, with Lorg in particular coming into the view. And Lorg, as you remember, was a scheme you considered at a previous committee meeting. We haven't had a decision on that one yet from the Scottish ministers. And the fourth is just simply showing the photo montage and wireline with the view looking northeast towards the Cloud Hill turbines. Now we jump to viewpoint 15. Views generally from here, this is Todd Holes Hill on the north side of the Upper Nith Valley. Views generally south from this point include 20 Shilling, Whiteside Hill, Sanker, Sandyknowe, and other more distant wind farms such as Hare Hill. The Cloud Hill turbines would be 8.7 kilometres at their nearest from here. Please note that in this existing view and cumulative wireline, Sanker 2 would feature significantly in it. Maybe we could zoom in. These are the turbines again in green. Generally, most of the green ones in this view are Sanker 2. You may see the other odd ones from Lorg. And you can there see in the right-hand side, just as Abby's got it now, that's the Sandyknowe wind farm, which is highly visible off to the right on the lower slopes of the valley, very clearly in a different location. And again, don't be confused about the ones to the left in blue. They are Rowan Craig, and that one is not been with you yet. It's still at application stage and will come at a later date. And could you zoom in again, please? This from here in the daytime montage with the proposed Cloud Hill turbines and the operational turbines, you can begin to see how it comes off the highest ground and appears to drop onto the upper slopes. However, you can also see a similar characteristic in relation to other wind farms in the panorama just to the right there. So you've got 1 or 2 turbines coming off the hill from Whiteside Hill and Sanker 2. Thank you, Abby, that's brilliant. Viewpoint 18 is what I would say is Coupland Hill, again on the Southern Upland Way. It's about 3 kilometres northeast of Sanker and looks southwest towards the Cloud Hill turbines, the nearest of which are 8.6 kilometres distant. It's a highly panoramic view. You can see the entire skyline there with various operational wind farms in it. Again, consented Sanker 2 features significantly across a wide area. That will show again in the wireline in green as part of the cumulative scenario. And here you can see proposed Cloud Hill turbines and operational turbines as well in both the wireline and the montage. Moving on to viewpoint 20, Cairn Kinner. It's a summit location within the Thornhill Uplands Regional Scenic Area, 6 kilometres from the nearest Cloud Hill turbine, looking northwest with 20 Shilling wind farm in the view, which is one of the reasons I included this one. Here you can see off to the right, it's prominent in this viewpoint. The view to the Cloud Hill wind farm is essentially through the regional scenic area, looking straight towards those shadowed hills. And again, cumulative scenario with operational wind farms and the Cloud Hill wind farm as proposed, just to take note of that. We've got 3 more viewpoints to go. Viewpoint 21 is at Croic Multiverse. The views again are southwest towards the Cloud Hill site, looking from 6.5 kilometres away. It's another very good viewpoint to enable understanding of the wide horizon and the presence of existing wind farm development. You can see Whiteside Hill, Sanker, 20 Shilling and Sandy Now from here. But again, you'll note that Cloud Hill, in amongst those operational and consented schemes, is adding greater prominence to the wind farm cluster. Just reiterates that situation. Okay, viewpoint 24 is Glenvargan. That is in the Scarwater Valley. It's within the regional scenic area, and it takes in Glenvargan Craig or Crag, never entirely sure what that is, and it's 3.75 metres from the nearest Cloud Hill turbine. We've only actually got a wireline visualization for this location, but evidently up to 4 Cloud Hill turbines would be substantially visible, with 4 to 5 Whiteside Hill turbines also occupying the horizon 5.1 kilometres away, so 1.35 kilometres further away than Cloud Hill. And lastly, this is viewpoint 27 at Winghead. Here on the Southern Upland Way, turbines are between 0.3 and 0.5 kilometres from the trail. Inevitably, what you get from a wireline here is that the Cloud Hill turbines feature prominently from views along this section of the Southern Upland Way. In effect, the viewpoint is on Cloud Hill itself, and the turbines of Whiteside Hill and Sanker and the consented Sanker 2 feature in the wireline significantly. That's the last of those. We've just got a few residential visual amenity assessment figures, so RVAA we'll call them from now on. This is Glen Maddie. Views south here from around 0.97 kilometres towards T9. What we do know is that Glen Maddie is financially involved and is within the red line for the application site. The views from Glen Maddie, 0.97 kilometres. From here, from the Yukon Filter Station House, it's 1.1 kilometres to T10. As far as we know, no financial involvement. And that's the view you would get. It may be more from the house opposite, which we don't necessarily know what it's called, but it's the cottage opposite. It's on higher ground, so the filter station house is much lower, so you are going to get a bit more from the house opposite, but we don't have a wireline from there. The next is Polgown, which you've had some slides on previously, but in terms of the residents up there, it's 1.43 kilometres to T1, and that is what you're getting in terms of the view. The one at the top you'll be familiar with, and then the one at the bottom you've got some of the Sanker 2 turbines kicking in there as well. And again, so moving around from this viewpoint, you're going to see turbines from other schemes quite significantly. And then lastly at Shield, again you've got some experience of that with the presentation so far. That's 1.31 kilometres to T7, and that the top is the view directly to the Cloud Hill wind turbines, and again moving around you're starting to pick up the Sanker 2 turbines. Okay, that's the end of the slides, so I'm just going to give you a bit of a summary. So the proposal is that Cloud Hill wind farm would be here for 35 years, and it would have the capacity to generate up to 56 megawatts of energy on the basis of the current proposals. Officers agree that this is a useful contribution to renewable energy targets set by government. The principle of delivering renewable energy through the development of wind farms is strongly supported by MPF4, in particular Policy 11. Having regard to the Council's role as statutory consultee for this consultation under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989, specialist advice has been received from the Council Archaeologist, Roads Planning Manager and Environmental Health. None of the aforementioned specialist consultees have identified substantive issues that could not be addressed through the imposition of planning conditions. In terms of residential amenity impacts, including noise, shadow flicker and visual impacts, these are limited to very few properties in isolated locations, with at least one being financially involved with the Cloud Hill scheme. However, in respect of landscape and visual impacts, the position is less straightforward. This is largely due to the scale and location of the development and how it would be perceived in terms of, firstly, adverse impacts on landscape character, in particular on the Thornhill Uplands Regional Scenic Area. Secondly, the cumulative adverse landscape and visual impacts with operational and consented wind farms. Thirdly, adverse visual impacts relating to the Southern Upland Way, in particular around the turbine area where the separation distance from turbines is potentially as little as 200 metres, but also on approach from either direction in terms of how path users experience this section of the National Long Distance Trail. Fourthly, the introduction of aviation lighting is required by the Civil Aviation Authority in a location where this would potentially be highly visible to a substantial number of people, in particular those living in the Upper Nith Valley. And fifthly, the landscape and visual impacts arising from the implementation of the substation. Okay, officers during their consideration of the application, including the Council's wind farms landscape architect, have been engaged in detailed assessment of landscape and visual impacts. Most recently, the Council's external landscape consultant identified the two main concerns relating firstly to daytime landscape and visual impacts, and secondly, the visual impact of aviation lighting at night time. However, both the potential grounds for objection that have been listed are caveated to the effect that neither would be defensible if certain other factors influence the position. Regarding daytime effects, the implementation of Sanka 2 would substantively change the baseline, effectively diluting Cloud Hill's landscape and visual effects. Regarding nighttime effects, the implementation of technical mitigation to reduce the magnitude of aviation lighting impacts could be secured through imposition of a planning condition, which is recommended in the report. I'm going to ask if the committee could refer to paragraph 4.192 of the report, please. It includes an important extracted piece of text from MPF4 Policy 11, which I'm going to just read to you. It says, in addition, project design and mitigation will demonstrate how the following impacts are addressed. Significant landscape and visual impacts, recognising that such impacts are to be expected for some forms of renewable energy. Where impacts are localised and or appropriate design mitigation has been applied, they would generally be considered to be acceptable. And in considering these impacts, significant weight will be placed on the contribution of the proposal to renewable energy generation targets and on greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets. So, although the proposed Cloud Hill wind farm would give rise to significant adverse landscape and landscape and visual impacts, these would tend to be localised in nature, and the development would occur in a landscape already characterised to some extent by wind turbines. Therefore, although it's recognised that the effects are harmful, they're not so adverse as to render the proposals unacceptable, especially in the light of MPF4 and the climate emergency. Officers therefore recommend to the committee that, on balance, no objection is raised. I might also refer you to paragraph 4.24, if you wouldn't mind, please. Just in terms of mitigation set out by the applicant, and items V, VI, and so on in the second part of that for mitigation during operation, including offsetting, which includes route enhancement, includes signage warning of potential ice throw, interpretation display boards along the route of the Southern Upland Way within the site, a replacement or upgraded stile, installation of 4 way markers highlighting the Southern Upland Way route through the site, which I should say at some points around here is not that easy to follow. Upgrading of the Southern Upland Way footpath within the site, plus installation of 3 benches and resting areas, and reinstatement and landscaping of borrow pits adjacent to the Southern Upland Way. I've got one more point to make, and that is that members will be aware that there is planning history here, and that the previous proposals in 2006 for the Eweleigh wind farm were revised twice, scaling down the proposals, but ultimately withdrawn, I think, in 2019. So that planning history is there included in the report. That's all I have to say. I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, John. That was comprehensive. I do not envy your job with that. But I've got Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a couple of points. Page 79 at 2.4, it says the Council Access Officer, no response to date. I would have thought we should have had at least something in there because there's Southern Upland Way. I don't know, excuse me, I don't know the reason why that didn't get a response. However, going on to my second point was on page 76, you've got the Council Landscape Architect summary report, and then you got over the page 77, you've got the Council External Landscape Consultant report, which is referenced in Appendix 2. And if you go to Appendix 2, it looks as if there's a difference of opinion, shall we say, between both landscape reports that we've got on page 172. It goes on there. So they seem to be at odds with each other. I'm just wondering how much weight do we give either or both? Thanks, Chair.
John?
No problem answering that, Councillor, because the sequence of events has been such that each of the previous iterations of our own wind farm landscape architect's interim advice have fed into the external consultant's final report. There's been a lot of dialogue between myself and Robert Duncan and our wind farms landscape architect and the external consultant to make sure that these concerns were factored in and compared. So what you will see in that annex, the external report, is comparisons between perhaps the council's view and then the external landscape consultant's view based on everything up to that point, including those earlier views from our own specialist. But ultimately on this one, it is the views of our external consultant which include the final balance. And just with regard to your previous question on the access officer, it is a resource issue at the moment, but as a consultee, it is one of the things we should look at. But in the same token, Scotways are looking at it as a separate consultee by Scottish ministers. So it is being considered by a specialist statutory consultee.
Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have 3 questions I'd like to ask you. One, you say that there people live with the sound level, and you say it's 40 to 45 dB. Well, a lawnmower is round about 90 to 100. So are these people who live in that area have that noise continually into their homes? The other point, you continually mention kilometres, but 2.5 kilometres to a mile, I think. So when you say 2.5 kilometres, there's one there, 1.4 kilometres. That's really, what, half a mile away, something like that? Am I right saying that? And the other one is, can somebody please tell me what 2,000 Candelo actually means? Because I usually work in lux, and maybe that could be explained. So really there's 3 different things regarding sound level, 40-45 dB. Is that continuous on people's where they live? And the kilometres, it would be a good idea that not everybody still works in kilometres, still some work on miles, and it gives you, some people, a better indication how far these windmills are actually are on miles instead of kilometres, because 2.5 kilometres, I think, is a mile. So, so what I'm really asking is if you can answer some of these questions. Thank you.
John?
Yes, of course, I'll do my best. With regard to noise, that's the maximum noise output you would experience as somebody within the 40 to 45 decibel range. It will depend on climatic conditions, the way the wind moves. Sometimes it will be less than that, but the predicted noise levels are based on existing baseline noise, which is the subject of a survey, and then the noise from the specific machines that they've used to be able to identify the maximum noise levels. And it won't be constant. It will change with the movement of the wind. So that's that one.
It changes with weather, so say 45 dB could go up to maybe 55 dB, or it could go up to 30
No,
dB.
the point I'm making is that 45 is the maximum. And that's the calculation, because if it was going to be up to 55, it would have to be stated in their report.
So these people have to live with that noise all the time. Basically, that turbine is running, or these turbines are running.
No, it's not. The noise will fluctuate. They won't get that noise all the time. Sometimes they won't hear any. Sometimes they will hear some. It will depend on the direction of the wind and how it interacts with other wind farms. However, I should caveat that I'm not a specialist, and we don't have a specialist here today. So, on the second point with regard to distances, we do tend to work only in kilometres for the purposes of planning. So I don't really want to go in the realms of talking about miles, if that's okay with the committee.
It's approximately 1.6 kilometres to a mile, David. But David, sorry, I think wants to come in.
Thanks, Chair. It's just to confirm that all our plans are in metric, and we're required to give everything in metric. The only time that you will see something at miles is to do with 30-mile-an-hour speed limits or things like that. So I'm quite fastidious about reports. If somebody's mentioned something in miles or yards or whatever, then I will change it to metric. Because there was a court case, I don't know if you know this one, Laura, but there was one in England where an authority got a slap on the wrist for doing things in imperial measurements where they were supposed to be doing it in metric. So yes, that is the conversion rate. So 1.6 was it?
1.609.
Yeah, roughly.
Thank you.
There was another question at the end, was there not?
Yeah, I've got that one, Chair. This is about Candela. Candela is a way of measuring lighting intensity. I think perhaps a reasonable way to explain it is that when visibility is poor, the hub lights will be at the maximum intensity of 2000 candela, which is strong, highly visible, and it's intended to be, because then you'll be sort of potentially looking through through clouds and so on. And these are visible. This is visible lighting. This is not infrared. So when it is lit, you will see the light. It dims down to 10% to 200 candela in good visibility. And again, although that lighting would be easily seen if you're looking up towards the wind farm, it will be nowhere near the same intensity. So candela is how to measure intensity, and in reality that means that they'll be more visible and, if you like, brighter when they're at 2000 candela. But that's not the norm. The norm will be at 200, which is less, and it's 10% of the intensity.
Thanks for that, John. I've just put a wee Google in. Candela measures the intensity of the light source, while Lux measures the amount of light that falls on the surface. That's the difference between the two, just in case that helps. But anyway, members, is there any more questions? Councillor Heslop.
Just a quick one. On condition 32, or suggested condition 32, page 133, number 1, I note that you use the Galloway Fisheries Trust, whereas the river would be run by the Nith District Salmon Fishery Board as a more sort of local one. Would that not be more appropriate?
John?
Sorry, perhaps we're covered in there, which we've got other relevant fishery bodies. In recommending this, I'm aware that this is not one of Energy Consent Unit's or Scottish Minister's standard conditions. This is using our wording. And whilst we can recommend this, they will refine it if they choose to adopt this condition, if the committee accepts the recommendation and we report no objection. So I think I take your point, but it's probably not too concerning that it's not quite the right body.
Any other questions, members? I'm not seeing anything in the room. So, members, I believe that... Councillor Crothers.
For in session, Chair, I'll raise no objections. Thank you.
We're in session. We're officially in session. Members, raise no objections. Yep, I'm getting nods around the room. Thank you, members. That brings us on to item 9, which is any other business. I have none. So thank you, members, and thank you for being with us today and giving us all your contributions.